ज़मीन दिलवा देंगे, मकान दिलवा देंगे, ऐसे
लेट नहीं है ना?
नहीं नहीं
हमको पकड़ा रहे थे।
जनरल फ्लोर सलामी सुस्त अमनबाद बगान सुस्त श्रीमान सम्मान का मिशन को तैयार है। सम्मान घाट विशाल चल
शेयर कर रहा है कि यहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी
फोकस ठीक है, फ्रेम लंबा इसलिए से दिख रहा है।
सोचा है ना कि
शर्ट है पूरा ये लोग कहते हैं लॉ ऑफिसर भी है वो नहीं ठीक है
यहाँ से यहाँ से यहाँ से
I request all to kindly rise. Please be seated. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Judicial Academy Jharkhand, it is our immense pleasure and proud privilege to extend a hearty welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and our eminent guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge, Supreme Court of India. We also welcome our distinguished guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan, the Chief Justice, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Patron-in-Chief, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand.
We also welcome our special guest, Honorable Ms. Justice Sonia Ji Gokani, Judge, High Court of Gujarat, Honorable Mr. Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, Member, Governing Body of Judicial Academy Jharkhand, cum Executive Chairperson, Chalsa, Honorable Mr. Justice Shri Chandrasekhar, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Judge in Charge, Judicial Academy Jharkhand, and Honorable Mr. Justice Sujit Narayan Prasad, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Chairman, Executive Committee, Judicial Academy Jharkhand.
We are also honored and graced with the presence of our special guest, Honorable Ms. Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Calcutta, and Honorable Ms. Justice Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi. We further extend our heartfelt welcome to our honorable judges of the High Court of Jharkhand, our exceptional speakers, esteemed guests, honorable madams, and our participants, press and media, to today's conference on crime against women being held at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Auditorium, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, as a part of Golden Jubilee celebration of the establishment of Circuit Court of the High Court of Patna at Ranchi.
With deep regret, we have to announce that Honorable Mrs. Justice Indra Banerjee, Judge, Supreme Court of India, would not be able to join us today for this conference due to certain unavoidable circumstances and exigencies. However, my ladyship has conveyed her best wishes for this conference. I now request Mohammad Shakir, Registrar General, High Court of Jharkhand, to honor our chief guest, my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Nalin Kumar, Law Secretary, State of Jharkhand, to present a bouquet and a shawl to our guest of honor, my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge, Supreme Court of India.
Thank you, sir. I also request Mr. Sudhanshu Kumar Sashi, Director, Judicial Academy Jharkhand, to honor my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan, the Chief Justice of High Court of Jharkhand, cum Patron-in-Chief, Judicial Academy Jharkhand, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Ranjana Asthana, Principal District and Sessions Judge, Bokaro, to present my lady, Honorable Ms. Justice Sonia Ji Gokani, Judge, High Court of Gujarat, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Arun Kumar Rai, Judicial Commissioner, Ranchi, to honor my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum member, Governing Body of Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, and Executive Chairperson, Chalsa, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Nikesh Kumar Sinha, Registrar Administration, High Court of Jharkhand, to present a bouquet and a shawl to my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Shri Chandrasekhar, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Judge in Charge, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Santosh Kumar, Member Secretary, Jharkhand State Legal Services Authority, to honor my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Sujit Narayan Prasad, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Chairman, Executive Committee, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, sir. I now request Madam Chief Justice Dr. Sunita Rai to honor Madam Dimple Shah, wife of Honorable Mr. Justice M.R. Shah, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Kashika M. Prasad, District Judge, Hazaribagh, to present a bouquet and a shawl to my lady, Honorable Ms. Justice Mausami Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, Calcutta.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Kalpana Hazarika, District Judge Chaibasa, to honor my lady, Honorable Ms. Justice Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi, with a bouquet and a shawl.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Ms. Tanvi, Deputy Secretary, SCMA Secretariat, High Court of Jharkhand, to present a bouquet and shawl to Madam Chief Justice Dr. Sunita Roy.
Thank you, ma'am. We are lamps, all having a light of our own. Some may be dim, some bright, fueled by some passion, shining all alone, trying to make a difference. But when we find some other lamps, it adds to the luminance, and it becomes a beautiful pattern. With this quotation, I now request all dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate the conference by lighting of the lamp. I request our judicial officers, Ms. Khushbu Tyagi and Ms. Kanchan Topo, to kindly assist.
Thank you, my ladyship and my lordships. Now, I would like to seek permission from my esteemed chief guest, Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for commencing this conference. Thank you, my lord. Today, we at Judicial Academy Jharkhand feel immense pleasure to organize this conference on crimes against women as part of Golden Jubilee celebration of the establishment of the Circuit Bench of High Court of Patna at Ranchi. Crime against women is a much talked and discussed about topic, but hasn't lost its relevancy even today. Today, at this conference, we at Judicial Academy Jharkhand have come together to discuss and ponder upon the changing dynamics of the crimes committed against women. Despite the enactment of various women-centric laws and widespread awareness campaigns, the advancement of technology and globalization has increased the challenges faced by women as they enter various dimensions of public and private life. India, with its widespread diversity, is also diverse in the problems faced by her women. The problems faced by a mid-aged homemaker of rural India vary starkly from the problems of a similar-aged woman working in the corporate sector. Hence, it is important to elaborate upon the various aspects of crimes against women in great length and detail. We hope that the various technical sessions lined up today would assist all of us in addressing this ever-evolving problem of crimes committed against women.
With this, I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan, the Chief Justice, High Court of Jharkhand, Patron-in-Chief, Judicial Academy Jharkhand, who has always been a pioneer in women legal rights, to deliver the welcome and introductory address.
Honorable Ms. Justice Indira Banerjee, Judge Supreme Court of India in absentia. My ladyship was very keen to participate in the function, but due to some unavoidable reasons, she had to cancel the visit at the very last moment. Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Aniruddha Bose, Judge Supreme Court of India. Sister Justice Sonia G. Gokani, Judge Gujarat High Court. Brother Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh, Judge High Court of Jharkhand and Executive Chairman Jhalsa. Brother Justice S. Chandrasekhar, Judge High Court of Jharkhand and Judge in Charge, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand. Brother Justice Sujit Narayan Prasad, Chairman, High Court Legal Services Committee. Sister Justice Mausumi Bhattacharya, Judge, Calcutta High Court. Esteemed sister and brother judges of High Court of Jharkhand. Madam Mahua Majhi, Honorable Member of Parliament, though she is yet to arrive. Sister Justice Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi. Learned Advocate General, State of Jharkhand. Other members of legal fraternity present here and distinguished guests, the Registrar General and other members of Registry, Director, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, Judicial Officers of Jharkhand, and other participants of this conference, members of print and digital media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. I feel delighted in welcoming I feel very proud and privileged to be part of this august gathering of legal luminaries, intellectuals, scholars, and other eminent men and women who have assembled here for conference on crime against women, which is being organized by Judicial Academy, Jharkhand. I feel deeply honored in welcoming the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Mr. Justice M.R. Shah, Judge Supreme Court of India, guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Aniruddha Bose, Judge Supreme Court of India. I express my sincere gratitude to their lordships for accepting our invitation and agreeing to grace the occasions in spite of their very busy schedule. I feel delighted in welcoming Honorable Mr. Justice M.R. Shah, under whose leadership I had the opportunity to work as a judge when his lordship was the Chief Justice of Patna High Court. My lord is not only an eminent judge and a great scholar of law, but also possesses the quality of great leader with a unique ability to guide and steer his team with great acumen and astuteness. My lord has been championing the cause of women's rights and other civil liberties throughout his career, and we are honored that my lord has agreed to grace this occasion. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming Honorable Mr. Justice Aniruddha Bose, who is a familiar and popular figure in Jharkhand. As a former Chief Justice of Jharkhand High Court, my lord has taken numerous path-breaking judicial and administrative decisions, which reflects his lordship's dynamism and scholarly bent of mind. My lord has charmed us with his affable and humble persona, and we are delighted to have him amongst us. I also feel delighted in welcoming my esteemed sister judges, Ms. Sonia G. Gokani from Gujarat High Court and Mrs. Mausumi Bhattacharya from Calcutta High Court, who have accepted our invitation and have taken pain to travel all the way from Ahmedabad and Kolkata respectively. I also welcome my former colleague from Patna High Court and now a judicial member of Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi, Sister Justice Mrs. Anjana Mishra. They are true embodiments of 21st century Indian women who have broken many glass ceilings and reached new heights in their careers. It is my privilege to welcome Madam Mahua Manjhi, Honorable Member of Parliament, who has done extensive work for women empowerment and emancipation of weaker sections of our society, especially the Adivasi. She is a renowned social worker, award-winning Hindi writer, and former chairperson of Jharkhand State Women Commission. I also welcome my esteemed sister and brother judges of High Court of Jharkhand, members of legal fraternity, the judicial officers who have come from various districts of Jharkhand to participate in this conference. Sorry, I forgot. I will again mention, I welcome the Advocate General of State and all other distinguished guests present in this August gathering. We have all assembled here to deliberate on a very seminal and burning issue confronting our society today. Physical, sexual, and psychological violence against women in India is at rise at an alarming rate and has acquired epidemic proportions in recent times. Crimes directly, specifically against women and in which only women are victims are characterized as crime against women. In its declaration on the elimination of violence against women, the United Nations has defined violence against women as, and I quote, any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, and mental harm or suffering to women, including threats of such act, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, which whether occurring in public or in private life, unquote. Speaking on the subject of violence against women, Mahatma Gandhi had famously said, and I quote, "Of all the evils for which man has made himself responsible, none is so degrading, so shocking, or so brutal as the abuse of the better half of humanity, the female sex," unquote. Gender inequality and suppression of women's rights are the results of patriarchal structure of our society. It is an outcome of gender-based discrimination perpetuated because of the social and cultural norms that endorse male supremacy and authority, leading to unequal power relations between men and women. This male-dominated Indian society is one of the most important causes of crime against women, which not only harms families and communities across generations, but also reinforces other evils prevalent in our society. We are a paradoxical society where, on one hand, women are revered, worshipped, but at the same time, mistreated in several ways and are subjected to different forms of abuse and violence. The gender-based violence that threatens the well-being, dignity, and right of women extends across social, cultural, economic, and regional boundaries, and they suffer deprivation, humiliation, and denial of basic human rights in almost all walks of life in varying degrees. Illiteracy, unemployment, social, economic inequality, alcoholism, and poverty are some of other causes of violence against women in our society. Women suffer multiple types of violence. For example, they suffer at home, at workplaces, or outside. It occurs throughout the life cycle of women, from pre-birth, infancy, childhood, adolescence, adulthood, to cessation. It is manifested in different forms involving rape, dowry deaths, domestic violence, women trafficking, acid attacks, witch hunting, and cyber crimes, etc. It also includes crimes relating to women's property like criminal breach of trust, extortion, dishonest misappropriation, etc. In India, a most brutal form of violence against women is practice of female feticide. The discrimination towards development of a girl child is also a heinous crime against women because she is deprived of her basic nutritional and educational opportunities essential for her development. Whenever any type of crime is committed against women, it leaves an unfavorable, distressing, and stressful effect, leading to the serious physical and psychological impact upon them. The worth of a civilization can be judged by place given to women in society. One of several factors that justify the greatness of India's ancient culture is the honorable place granted to women. We must remember the great verse of our ancient text, Manusmriti. Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata, yatra etastu na pujyante sarvastra falah kriya. Where women are worshipped, there lives the God. Wherever they are not worshipped, all actions result in failure. Chapter 3, verse 56, Manusmriti. The status of women is thus an indicator of progress of a society, because women are greatly responsible for shaping the destiny of a family, society, and the nation at large. Hence, violence against women is a serious degradation of social system and is a great impediment in progress of nation. We must understand that violence against women is a violation of human rights which deprives them of their ability to enjoy fundamental freedoms. To curb this monster, our attitude has to change drastically towards women. They have to be treated with equality and respect. The patriarchal structure and the mindset of society must be broken. The laws have to be implemented effectively, and stringent action should be taken against perpetrators of such crimes. Education of women must become the foremost priority of all parents in India. We have to ensure that violence against women is not just a women's issue, but primarily a social, political, economical, and cultural issue that concerns men as well, who can play an effective role in preventing and combating it. Men have to change their attitude so that women have enough space to develop themselves. Women themselves have to unite and fight for their rights. Then only we will be in a position to eradicate this menace. We must make all efforts to restore her position in society, which she used to enjoy in ancient civilization. She must be at a higher pedestal, which has been beautifully envisaged by Mahakavi Jayashankar Prasad in his famous work Kamayani, in following words, and I quote, "Nari, तुम केवल श्रद्धा हो विश्वास रजत नग पगतल में पीयूष स्रोत सी बहा करो जीवन के सुंदर समतल में." Unquote. Rashtra Kavi Ramdhari Singh Dinkar has also highlighted the important position of women in our society, and his famous work Urvashi has also portrayed women as creator of humanity in the following words, and I quote, "नारी ही वह महासेतु जिस पर अदृश्य से चलकर नए मनुज नव प्राण दृश्य जग में आते रहते हैं." Unquote. As respect for women is one of the most cherished value of life from times immemorial in India, we must immediately find ways to restore and re-establish the dignity of women with all her basic human rights. I hope that the learned scholars, legal luminaries, and other participants of this conference will deeply ponder over the issues confronting women in India and provide prudent answers. Ending violence against women is possible if we all work together. Let us take a pledge to make our society a safe and equal place of women. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, my lord, for your warm welcome address and highlighting the paradox faced by women in this country through the various texts of famous scholars. I would now request our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge, Supreme Court of India, who has also been the Honorable Chief Justice of High Court of Jharkhand in the year 2018, to deliver his address.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you all, and thank you, Chief Justice. My short note, I think half of it you have completed what I planned to say, so it will shorten my time. My Lord Justice Shah, Sister Justice Gokani, Justice Aparesh Singh, Justice Chandrasekhar, Justice Prasad, and all my erstwhile colleagues in Calcutta and Jharkhand, and Sister Justice Anjana Kumar, originally from Patna, I guess, yes, and Mrs. Shah and Madam Chief. It's for me, it's a homecoming, but with a purpose. In spite of being not a large state and new state, lot of activities have been going on in Jharkhand. I was part of that, and these excellent facilities of the Judicial Academy. It's good that after these COVID years, we have restarted all that. And the subject we've started with is of great relevance. Now I shall come straight to the subject, this crime against women. Why are we isolating crime against women? Is it not crime against society as a whole? We are isolating, in my view, because of certain special features of this crime, and these crimes form part of centuries-old discrimination and deprivation. That is the genesis of crime against women. So far as law and order crime is concerned, it's going on again forever. Whenever in a war-like situation, it became necessary to subjugate a race, the women of that race became target of various kind of assaults. Today also, state and non-state actors in various lawless parts of the world are targeting women, kidnapping them from school, depriving from education, and other kind of physical violence. I think some Middle East, certain lawless territories and lawless territories of Africa, we are witnessing that. The deprivation is taking place over a long time. Its deprivation is taking place in form of diet. A girl child, historically, some studies have been done in my part of the country, which includes this, that a larger intake of protein is always kept for the male child. So there is a chronic iron deficiency in women in India. Then in education, it was a sin for a long time to send the girl child for any form of education. They didn't go to schools. They are not permitted to go to school. Then in terms of property deprivation, it starts from marriage. You have to leave the home. And denial of inheritance property rights, which are being remedied through legislative process. Within home, the wife is a special target of violence from both male and non-male members of the in-law family, dowry-related issues. In the workplace, discrimination is there in the form of wages and salaries. Everywhere in the world, if studies show, women get less paid. Then there are other forms of harassment. At the societal level, again, in human trafficking or earlier in the slave trade, women were also special targets. Now, what is the importance of today's program? I see members of the judiciary, members of the law enforcement agencies, and practicing lawyers are present. In enforcing rights of women in a patriarchy, I wouldn't call it a patriarchal society because I feel it's a different patriarchy. Even in matrilineal societies, patriarchy prevails in some form or the other. That is a larger concept. Now, most of the reforms, so far as women's rights are concerned, have taken place in legislative constitutional manner. There has not been a fall of Bastille in women's movement. So, the group, all of us who have kind of congregated here, in a way can introspect and think in what manner we can advance the current legal position while tackling the crime against women. See, widow marriage, remarriage, right to property, increasing the age of consent, all these have been through legislative measures. And legislation takes place in two ways. One is the power, those who can exercise bona fide power in the larger context, they play a very important role in improving or upgrading the legislations. And usually the defects in a legislation or the necessity of a new legislation always, in most of the cases, I won't say always, comes or are exposed to the judicial process. While dealing with a particular legal issue, we discover there is a particular lacuna which needs to be filled in. So all of us who are here today, if we introspect well, we can come up with concrete solution or suggestions in this regard. And there is also a necessity of now inheritance, the usual discriminatory laws, and the so far understood crimes against women. There are legislations covering these fields. But improvement of technology, presence of larger number of women in the workforce, both in white collar and non-white collar, these are throwing new challenges. So, maybe in course of the technical sessions, we'll discuss those issues, like live-in relationship. See, when it became the norm, then only the law came. And again, it was various bona fide pressure groups which ensured that the law came into effect. One particular problem which I feel needs to be addressed is in what way the space which has been created for this gender-based laws, they should not be appropriated by a privileged class within this gender group. I'll give an example like sexual harassment in workplace. Normally we have this complaint committee and everything set in place, but that's in the office atmosphere. What kind of work is going on about women in construction work, in the brick kilns, or in who are domestic helps? So that's one area where we'll have to take it forward so that we can bring into the protective fold larger number of members of, I wouldn't call members of this gender, larger number of women. Because women roughly, by natural law, comprise of around 50% of the population. But through the traditional democratic means, the needs have not been articulated. I don't know why. And why is it? It has taken 3 centuries, 4 centuries for this anti-discrimination, crime prevention, and also laws prescribing punishment for crime against women. I shall not take longer time. I'll be keen to hear the technical sessions, and I'd request those chairing the technical sessions that at the end of the day, if we come with some concrete suggestions which can be circulated to other judicial academies or wherever it matters, so that it can be taken forward. And in the technical session, maybe the experience about the problems in implementation of these legislations may be discussed, because it's one thing to make the laws and the other thing to make the laws work. And for making the laws work, we need to work hard. Thank you very much.
It is indeed our pleasure to hear my Lord once again on this stage and remind us that crime against women is not a gender-specific, rather it's a crime against entire humanity, and also for explaining the changing facets of crime against women. Thank you, my Lord, for this inspiring address. I now request our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, who has delivered various landmark judgments in relation to today's conference, to deliver his address.
Very good morning to all of you. Respected Sister, Honorable Ms. Justice Indira Banerjee, Judge, Supreme Court of India in absentia, my dear brother, Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge, Supreme Court of India, a very dynamic and ever-smiling Chief Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan, High Court of Jharkhand, and Patron-in-Chief, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, Honorable Mr. Justice Singh, Justice Sahu, Justice Chandrasekhar, Ms. Justice Sonia Gokani, Judge, High Court of Gujarat. Other speakers and the resource persons. Mrs. Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya, Mrs. Justice Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces, Ms. Nidhi Banga, other brother and sister judges of the High Court of Jharkhand, Member Secretary, Jharkhand State Legal Services Authority, my dear District and Additional Session Judges, Judicial Magistrates, Jharkhand Judiciary, Police Officers of the Jharkhand Registry of the High Court, all participants present, members of media, both electronic and media, ladies and gentlemen. I feel proud and privileged to be part of this august gathering. First of all, I congratulate the Honorable Chief Justice of Jharkhand High Court, Dr. Ravi Ranjan, and Dr. Singh, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Sahu, and others to organize this seminar on a very sensitive and important subject which ultimately is touching the society. Crime against women is a very burning problem, and it is against a civilized society which is required to be dealt with iron hands. A survey of the statistics of crime against women shows that every year the number of crimes against women is spiraling higher and higher. Though the graph of crime against women is galloping at a very fast pace, but the authorities, instead of doing anything concrete, keep passing the responsibility from one authority to another. Violence or the crime against women is now a burning problem in India, and this demands justice to women as victims of crime. The growth rate in the crime against women is very alarming. It shows the mentality of the family and husband at large who harass and humiliate a woman just to fulfill their greed and status in the society. The Indian culture celebrates and worships women in different forms such as Shakti, power, Shraddha, respect, Chetna, consciousness, and Karuna, compassion. Still, in stark contrast, the wider societal environment, patriarchal the mindsets, and the matrimonial conditions in India give rise to an institutionalized violence that leads to a large number of women committing suicides. Dear friends, violence against women is a recurring crime across the globe, and India is no exception in this regard. It is shocking that even with rapid modernization, such crimes persist in our country. These crimes are not only in contravention of domestic laws, but are also a direct breach of the obligations under the international law. Women of all classes are still suffering from discrimination even in the contemporary society. The crime against women is not new one. In the old ages also, we know that even the Sita Mata and even the Draupadi also suffered. What was suffered by Draupadi was the molestation. It was against the dignity of a woman, correct? And it started from there in earlier days also. But still, the crimes against the woman correct, has been continued. Over the past few decades, legal advancements and policy reforms have done much to protect women from all sources of violence and also to sensitize the public on the issue of protection of women and gender justice by of different laws to protect the dignity of the woman. Still, the crimes against the women are on the increase. The crimes against the women are more than doubled in a decade. Of late, there has been an alarming increase in cases relating to harassment, torture, abated suicides, and dowry deaths of young innocent brides. There is a constant erosion of a basic human values and tolerance and the spirit of live and let live. Lack of education and economic dependence of women have encouraged the greedy perpetrators of the crime. It is more disturbing and sad that in many cases, it is the woman who plays a pivotal role in this crime against the younger women. Awakening of the collective consciousness is the need of the day. Change of the heart and attitude is what is needed. The offenses, all of you know that the offenses, crime against the women can be bifurcated mainly in 4 categories. Cases where the women are sufferer of domestic violence and cruelty on the ground of dowry. Cases where women are victim of rape. Cases relating to dowry death. And cases where women are victim of eve-teasing, molestation, and outraging of modesty. Victims of offenses against the woman is a forgotten woman in the criminal justice system. To do justice to the victims of crime in general and the women as victims of crime in particular, we have to change the social, legal, as well as the infrastructure of justice delivery system. It is necessary to create a wide atmosphere of resistance and protective measures in which the women at all levels are increasingly stand up to fight the violence and seek well-established victim justice support system to live with dignity and honor. Freedom, independence, constitutional identity, individual choice and thought of a woman, be it a wife or sister or daughter or mother, cannot be allowed to be curtailed, and definitely not by application of physical force or threat or mental cruelty. Indian society's discrimination towards the female child still exists due to various reasons which has its root in the social behavior and prejudices against the female child, and due to the evils of the dowry system still prevailing in the society in spite of its prohibition under the Dowry Prohibition Act. The decline in the female child ratio all over the country leads to an irresistible conclusion that the practice of eliminating female foetus by the use of prenatal diagnostic techniques is widely prevalent in this country. Therefore, there must be a strict implementation of the PNDT Act 1994. A woman has to be regarded as an equal partner in the life of a man. It has to be borne in mind that she has also the equal role in the society, that is thinking, participating, and leadership. To give equal respect to the woman, society has to change the mindset. It is said, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. But according to me, the society must have one step forward, and it should be Beti Badhao, welcome girl. If from the bottom of the heart, parents start believing that they want the baby girl and they welcome the baby girl, then and then only it can be said that we give respect to the woman, girl equally. Honesty, price, and self-esteem are crucial to the personal freedom of a woman. Social progress depends on the progress of everyone. Crime against women is an unlawful intrusion of her right to privacy, which offends her self-esteem and dignity. Time and again, the Honorable Supreme Court of India has been extending the ambit of Article 21 of the Constitution of India and holding that mere existence is not the right to live. It is the right to live with dignity. Thus, wherever the crimes are committed against women, the same should be in the context of violation of right under Article 21 of the Constitution of India and not merely a crime against the society. Respect for reputation of women in society shows the basic civility of a civilized society. No member of the society can afford to conceive the idea that he can create a hollow in the honor of a woman. Friends, it is unfortunate that the age of group of 18 to 30, 30 to 45 years, from the highest group in the Indian women who commit suicides. Most of these suicides are caused by factors such as steep fall in the societal morals, values, torture, betrayal, issues of honor, fear of the society, family reputation, etc. It will be wrong to blame only the attitude of the people. Such crimes can certainly be prevented if the state police machinery work in a more organized and dedicated manner. The different parts of the state machinery should work in harmony with each other to safeguard the rights of the woman in our country. Nowadays, in view of the amendment in the CRPC, registration of the FIR is mandatory under Section 154 CRPC. If the information discloses commission of a cognizance of offence and the police officers are duty-bound to register the same. Keeping in view this dreadful increase in crime against women, CRP has been specifically amended in order to advance the safeguards for women in circumstances. The courts and the police officials are required to be vigilant in upholding these rights of the victims of crime, as the effective implementation of this provision lies in their hands. As a long-term measure to curb such crimes, a larger societal change is required via education and awareness. The government will have to formulate and implement policies in order to uplift the socio-economic condition of women, sensitization of the police and other parties concerned toward the need for gender equality, and it must be done with focus in areas where statistically there is higher percentage of crimes against women. We have to empower the women so that the women may be able to fight against the injustice. Unless the women are empowered economically and educationally, it will be difficult for the women to protect against violence and injustice and gender discrimination. Dear friends, all of you are stakeholders in the justice delivery system. All of you are also part of the society. All of you are in some way related to a woman, maybe in the form of mother, sister, wife, or daughter. Being a part of the society and even otherwise as a part of the justice delivery system, it is our duty to protect the woman against crime. A victim of crime against women is entitled to full justice. She has to be protected. Her dignity has to be protected by all stakeholders. As observed here above, what is required is sensitization to the agony and the suffering by the woman who otherwise has a lot of patience, but there is a limit to the patience and the sufferings. Therefore, all efforts should be made by all stakeholders to stand with the victim and protect her rights. In today's technical sessions, there shall be discussions on very important aspects relating to crime against women, namely crime against women, impact on the victim and society, changing perspective of offenses against women, cyberbullying, crime against women, judicial approach, and psychological mental violence on women at home or at workplace, its impact on the victim and society at large. There shall be a discussion on very important topic, cyberbullying, which are increasing in these modern days. I am sure that the discussions in the technical sessions shall serve its purpose to protect the woman against crime. When we worship goddess, how can we permit a woman to suffer? Let us all work together to protect the dignity of the woman so that ultimately our prayer reaches to the goddess. I am thankful to the Chief Justice of the High Court of Jharkhand and the Executive Chairman of the Jharkhand State Legal Services Authorities and all others for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the subject. God bless all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, my Lord, for this enlightening address, wherein my Lord has emphasized on the need of the various stakeholders in the justice delivery system to realize their role in addressing this ever-rising issue, and for highlighting that how a development of a moral consciousness would play a major role apart from other reforms. Thank you, my Lord. I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Shri Chandrasekhar, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Judge in Charge, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, who has taken great endeavors for organizing this conference, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Mr. Justice M.R. Shah Ji, Judge Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice Aniruddha Bose Ji, Judge Supreme Court of India. Honorable the Chief Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan Ji. Honorable Justice Sonia Gokani Ji, Judge Gujarat High Court. Honorable Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh Ji. My sister and brother judges, Honorable Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya Ji, Judge Calcutta High Court. Honorable Justice Anjana Mishra Ji, Member Armed Forces Tribunal Delhi. Respected Madam Mrs. Dimpi Shah Ji, Mrs. Dr. Sunita Roy Ji, respected gracious ladies, Ms. Nidhi Banga Ji, Advocate General Rajiv Ranjan Ji, Chairman Jharkhand Bar Council Rajendra Krishna Ji, Registrar General, other registry members, Law Secretary, Principal Judicial Commissioner Ranchi, Director and other additional directors, Jharkhand Judicial Academy, respected senior members, additional advocate generals, other law officers, Sri Jhaji, Kripanand Jhaji, Secretary, Government of Jharkhand, Inspector General of Police, Jhaji, Deputy Commissioner, Superintendent of Police, Vijay Lakshmi Ji, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, members of the bar, district judges, dear judicial magistrates and police officers who are the participants today, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. I have a monumental task to perform, but the time is short. The success of this conference would be a collective achievement, but significance is marked by presence of my lords, the honorable judges from the Honorable Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Gokani Ji, Honorable Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya Ji, Honorable Justice Mishra Ji, and of course in presence of Madam Shah Ji. I am sure that the district judges, magistrates, and police officers who are participants today would also make a unanimous vote that crime against women, a blot on a democracy where half of the population is a possible victim of crime. And very aptly said by my Lord Justice Aniruddha Bose ji, a scar on society. It's a scar on humanity. With a great sense of responsibility, I stand here to express gratitude to all present here on behalf of Jharkhand Judicial Academy and the entire Jharkhand judiciary. For about 14 years, since my Lord Justice M.R. Shah ji adorned the chair of a judge of the Gujarat High Court and Chief Justice of Patna High Court. Now my Lord is a judge of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Some of the greatest measures that have ever been proposed in those two courts were under the guidance of your Lordship. I am sure that I shall meet with the concurrence of everyone present here who have had any occasion in the past to receive the most courteous reception from your Lordship, that your Lordship embodies dignity. Your Lordship's contribution as a judge has had significant impact on society. Your Lordship has never been afraid of or even reluctant to express views in public. In a democracy like India, where the executives exercise vast powers, your Lordship cautioned them through the judgments that there must be absolute devotion to public duty, and negligence and casual approach have no place in a people's democracy. One significant example we have been seeing recently, post-COVID directions issued by His Lordship. My Lord, it is not really possible to describe how eminently your Lordship performed the functions of a judge. I can only say that through the judgments, your Lordship has shown in-depth knowledge of law and exemplary courage as a judge. Your Lordship's judgments in Nawabuddin, under POSCO, Monte Carlo on contractual matters, Ellora Paper Mills on arbitration, loan moratorium during COVID, Ankush Maruti on death row convicts, and of course Mukesh on NDPS matters have added new dimensions to the subject. We are really grateful to your Lordship that your Lordships accepted the invitation personally given by our Honorable the Chief Justice, and we are really grateful for your Lordship for expressing your Lordship's views that if you want to save the humanity, stop crime against women. We are really indebted to your Lordship for sharing your vision on the topic under discussion. My Lord Justice Aniruddha Bose ji, our former Chief Justice and Chief Guardian forever. We all are witness to the simplicity of your Lordship's mind and absence of all artificial affectations. Your Lordship's judgments in Nahar Singh in criminal law, Harnam Singh on determination of genuineness of will, Tamil Nadu Medical Officers Association on reservation for in-service candidates in PG medical courses are just few examples which remind those who have witnessed your Lordship's proceedings how your Lordship combines promptitude of decision, justness of judgment, and firmness of purpose. I can certainly express to your Lordship, also for those who are not present here today, that your Lordship's visit to Jharkhand judiciary is a reflection of your Lordship's affection and our deepest respect for your Lordship. Our deepest regard to your Lordship, and we are really indebted to your Lordship for coming here once again. On behalf of the Jharkhand Judicial Academy, I express gratitude to Honorable the Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan ji, who took care to discuss every minute detail for this conference. Your Lordship's contribution as a judge would always be remembered for settling the law where there were two conflicting judgments of this High Court. Your Lordship's judgments in NIA matter, defection law, and on civil laws speak volumes of your Lordship's judicial approach on the subject. Your Lordship's leadership has been so inspiring that Brother Rangan Mukhopadhyay, Brother Anand Sen, Brother Anil Kumar Chaudhary, and Brother Rajesh Kumar worked so hard that at one point in time, the pendency of regular bail matters, anticipatory bail matters, matters arising from the Juvenile Justice Act, and like, was reduced to 3 figures in this High Court. Jharkhand Judicial Academy is really grateful to your Lordship for the message that woman is the creator of the world. Honorable Justice G.S. Gokani ji is a science graduate in microbiology and a master's in criminal law. Your Lordship infuses scientific temper in dealing with cases of all nature. Your Lordship, who served as part-time lecturer at Sri K.P. Shah College, Law College, Jamnagar, did not abandon her love for teaching and continued to deliver lectures at the Gujarat Judicial Academy as faculty member even after becoming a High Court judge. In the very beginning of assuming judgeship in the High Court of Gujarat, your Lordship made it known to the judicial fraternity your impartiality and undying allegiance to the Constitution of India. Your Lordship authored a dissenting judgment differing with one of the senior-most judges of the High Court on the issue of appointment of Lokayukt in the state. We are so grateful to your Lordship that you accepted our invitation, of course the first one, but should not be the last one for this conference. Honorable Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh ji has been a great asset for the Jharkhand Judicial Academy. His Lordship, sitting with Sister Justice Anwar Rawat ji and Brother Deepak Roshan ji, constituting the text bench, has delivered several important judgments on the subject. Under the leadership of your Lordship, the Jharkhand State Judicial Legal Services Authority has achieved remarkable successes in the Lok Adalats. The Jharkhand Judicial Academy shall ever be thankful to your Lordship. Honorable Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya ji has always been kind to Jharkhand Judicial Academy. Through the judgments in Suresh Tirki, Dr. Arun Sarkar, Kunju Mole, and others, your Lordship has created a distinct identity for herself, a versatile judge. The Jharkhand Judicial Academy is really thankful to your Lordship for coming here once again. Honorable Justice Anjana Mishra ji, a member Armed Force Tribunal, New Delhi, the last woman judge of the Patna High Court. And we shall always remember you, your Lordship, for many, many years. आएंगे, but we have to that is for the information that must be with Lordships, My Lord Justice Shah and My Lord Justice Aniruddha Bose, that we have to. Yes, so far the last. But it's been 2 years now. Patna High Court has no woman High Court judge. So, not to digressing from the subject, Lordships. So, Lordship, I won't. So I am really thankful to Your Lordship that all the way taking the flight 5:25 in the morning, Your Lordship made it for this today for this conference. So thank you so much. My special thanks to Brother Justice Sujit Narayan Prasad ji, Brother Justice Ratnakar Vengra ji, and Brother Justice Rajesh Shankar ji, who thought of bringing this subject in the calendar of the Judicial Academy. On behalf of the Jharkhand Judicial Academy, I thank Sister Justice Anubha Rawat ji once again for accepting the invitation to participate in the third technical session. I once again thank my brother Judge Rangan Mukhopadhyay ji, Anand Sen ji, Justice Dr. S.N. Pathak ji, Anil Kumar Chaudhary ji, Rajesh Kumar ji, Gautam Chaudhary ji, Brother Justice Dwivedi ji, Ambhuj Nath ji, Subhas Chand ji, and Justice Sanjay Prasad ji. I hope I am not forgetting anyone. Sorry. For their participation in this inaugural session. Of course, Justice Roshan ji, to make it a success today. I express my gratitude to Madam Mrs. Dimpi Shah ji, Mrs. Dr. Sunita Roy ji, all my respected Bhabhi ji, and big thank to Nidhi Banga ji, who made it so early to the Delhi International Arbitration Center as an arbitrator. Her inputs was really very helpful for deciding the topics. These topics were decided with the consultation with Nidhi Banga ji. The Jharkhand Judicial Academy extends a big thanks to Nidhi Banga ji. I thank Advocate General Rajiv Ranjan ji, Rajendra Krishna ji, respected senior members, the senior bureaucrats, police officers. I thank Registrar General, Jharkhand High Court, other registrars, the Principal Judicial Commissioner, Law Secretary, the Director, Judicial Academy, Additional Directors, Judicial Academy, all the additional district and sessions judges, and of course their magistrates. And not to forget Linda Francisca and her colleague, I'll tell your name, I'm just forgetting the name. So in the end, as My Lord Justice, Honorable Justice Shah Sahab proposed, and Honorable Justice, My Lord Justice Bose Sahab has said, I'll also say, till the day one and all of us resolve to fight like last of the Mohicans, to carry our Cora and Alice, our grandmother, mother, wife and sister, to a world where there is no crime against woman. This would never be a perfect world, and we would be not fulfilling the constitutional dream of justice and equality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my lord. I now request all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We will start with the technical sessions after a short tea break. I request Honorable Supreme Court judges, Honorable High Court judges, madams, and former judges to proceed towards the executive dining hall in Damodar Hostel for tea. I also request the volunteers to kindly assist my ladyships, my lordships, and madams for the same.
as a part of Golden Jubilee celebration of the establishment of Circuit Court of Patna High Court at Ranchi, organized by Judicial Academy Jharkhand in association with High Court of Jharkhand. Rabindranath Tagore once said, "No civilized society can thrive upon victims whose humanity have been permanently mutilated." With this quotation, I announce the first topic of the first technical session, which is Crime Against Women, Impact on the Victim and Society. To chair this session, we feel honored to have with us my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. My Lord needs no introduction, but it is relevant to know that my Lord has delivered many progressive and notable judgments, especially empowering women and her rights in social dynamics. Some notable judgments include Prabhatyagi versus Kamlesh Devi, delivered in 2022, Vinita Sharma versus Rakesh Sharma, delivered in 2020, and Ms. X versus State of Jharkhand and others, delivered in 2021, and the list goes on. My Lord enrolled as an advocate on 9th of July 1982 and practiced in the Gujarat High Court dealing with various civil, criminal, constitutional, taxation, labor, services and company-related matters, and is also specialized in land, constitutional, educational, excise, custom matters. My Lord was appointed as an additional judge of the Gujarat High Court on March 7, 2004 and appointed as permanent judge on 22nd of June 2005. My Lord was appointed as Chief Justice of Patna High Court on August 12, 2018. He has been elevated as a judge of the Supreme Court of India on 2nd of November 2018.
To deliberate upon this topic, we have the gracious presence of my lady, Honorable Ms. Justice Sonia G. Gokani, Judge, High Court of Gujarat. Her ladyship, after doing her bachelor's and master's in law, worked with various organizations for the cause of the downtrodden, women and children, and also for upholding the cause of environment. Her ladyship served as a part-time lecturer at Sri K.P. Shah Law College, Jamnagar, and her ladyship joined judiciary directly in the cadre of district judges as a judge, City Civil and Sessions Court, Ahmedabad on 10th of July 1995, where she presided over many civil and criminal matters. After establishment of the special court under the anti-terrorist laws in the state of Gujarat, her ladyship worked as a special judge for this court and conducted important matters from the year 2003 to 2008 as a judge, special court CBI for the cases investigated by CBI. Her ladyship also served as registrar IT and infrastructure for nearly 18 months, during which period my ladyship had made presentation at different national forums and was also the visiting faculty member at Gujarat State Judicial Academy and at various other academic institutions. On 17th of February 2011, her ladyship was elevated as additional judge of the High Court of Gujarat and confirmed as permanent judge on 20th January 2013. With this, I request her ladyship to kindly take over the first technical session.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. Welcome to the first technical session. Crime against women, impact on victim and society. Honorable the Chief Justice, Justice Sonia Gokani, other participants, brother and sister judges. One cannot imagine a society without women. Our existence is because of the women. In any form, every form, woman is there, attached with the society and or part of the society. Maybe in the form of mother, sister, daughter, or a wife. We cannot imagine a society without women. Nobody can dispute that without women, there can be a society. We cannot live without women right from birth and during our lifetime, women play a very important role. Therefore, we have to protect the woman against the crime, against the harassment, against the injustice. If the woman is suffering, the entire society is suffering, entire family is suffering. Therefore, we have to consider what will be the impact of the crime against women on the victim and society. Can we imagine injustice against our mother? Can we imagine against our sister? When the daughter-in-law comes to our family, she is also becomes the part of our family. Therefore, we have to consider her as our sister. There cannot be two standards so far as the sister, daughter, and the daughter-in-law is concerned. All of them are to be treated equally, and there shall be equal treatment to the daughter-in-law also. Similarly, the mother-in-law also. Mother-in-law also was once upon a time somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, somebody's wife. And she was also once upon a time the daughter-in-law. Therefore, we have to consider whether can the son-in-law, the mother-in-law, correct, be a part or party to any harassment to the daughter-in-law. All these things are required to be considered. And therefore, this is a very sensitive and very important topic to be discussed. What will be the impact, correct, on the victim and society? If there is harassment to the wife, or harassment to the daughter-in-law, or even the mother, maybe at the instance of the father, correct? What will be the position of that family and the day-to-day life? What will be the impact on the society? Today we have with us a very hard-working and thought-provoking a lady judge from Gujarat, Justice Kokani. Please welcome Justice Kokani. She has in-depth knowledge and the research on the crime against women. She will throw some light on the impact on the victim and society with respect to the crime against women. I hand over the mic to, first of all, Justice Kokani. Please, Justice Kokani.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. May I, with the permission, go and then... If I need anything, I'll definitely let you know. Thank you. My Lord Honorable Justice Shah, dignitary of the dais, dear friends. At the beginning, I would express my gratitude towards my Lord Honorable Justice Shah for his kind words, and also the kind words from Honorable the Chief Justice and Brother Justice Chandrasekhar. it is a time for one to introspect as to what one needs to achieve. Thank you for this reminder and a guide. I would start with Gandhi's words, which has been given to all of you in the material, which says the day a woman can walk freely on the roads at night, that day we can say that India has achieved independence. So truly, so beautifully put it. It can come only from Mahatma Gandhi. Each one of us is aware that it is not feasible. Maybe some of the states, one of which is our state, when we know that during Garba festivals and even otherwise, we can dare to walk at midnight. And yet, I would say that many of the parents would not only be not worrying, will be permitting, but at the same time, somewhere at the back of the mind, that concern continues. Today, in the morning session, Honorable Justice Shah and Honorable Justice Bose both had posed a very relevant question. Why are we here today? And why is this conference? We've been hearing so much about the women, crime against women. Every day the newspaper tells us so much about it. So why is it so special to be here and to talk about it? And so many dignitaries would be investing their time. So many of the judicial officers, leaving everything, will come and be listening to this. Why is it that we never had the conference as to what are the impacts of any crime against men? There are crimes against men. And yet we are not having it because we know that against women at every stage it is so rampant. Each one of us will need to think about it, deliberate upon it, and more particularly the judicial officers, as every day we are dealing with all these issues, and we all would need to remind ourselves as to what is yet to be achieved by us. Justice Shah, as rightly had put it, that 50% of the humanity is the women. If we have the half of our body suffering from ailment, the body cannot be said to be enjoying the health. It is somewhere we know that it is not an equality which our Constitution has spoken of and has guaranteed and has ensured. So therefore, it is a step towards this. Must congratulate Honorable the Chief Justice, express my gratitude for calling me here and allowing me to express this. The Academy, Brother Justice Chandrasekhar, having thought over it, and also this topic at the time when so many times these aspects have been already spoken of. With this preface, I would say that human life is to flower and attain to the fullest blossom its potency. The human being a social animal, would prefer to live in the society. Our Constitution, which is the supreme law from where every law flows, regardless of the caste, creed, religion, gender, race, has promised the most beautiful aspects of the life to each citizen. And therefore, today we are asking ourselves as to how shall we do it. If we look at it, the UNICEF, when I said about it, it says the definition of a violence, it speaks of the physical, emotional, mental, all aspects. Therefore, one has tried to cover that before the birth, the PCPND Act, after the birth, the exploitations of various kinds, the abuse, the human trafficking, during the adolescence period, the POCSO, rape, and also many other cruelties. So briefly touching it, and then as to what could be the impact of this on the society and how do we deal with it. And then in the last, as judicial officers, what we need to do. When we talk about the right of women in the 21st century, it is about the human rights. It can't be anything else but the right of every human being. It reminds me of two of the examples which one has actually undergone, and therefore in the beginning I am sharing this. Here was a girl who came at the age of 13 years. She was a victim of rape by the friend of her father, who was 47 years of age. Mother was mentally challenged. She had 5 children. The entire family had shifted from Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat for livelihood. The daughter was lured. She was cajoled. She was also given different gifts, as father was also a rickshaw driver and his friend was also a rickshaw driver. She was unaware that she was pregnant. By the time father realized one day, because he came home early and she was vomiting. And at that stage, he took her to the doctor and doctor said that she has 6 months pregnancy. Now, if that is terminated, her life will be at risk. She was the eldest child, looking after 4 other children. Father could not have afforded to lose that child also, because mother was already mentally challenged. At that stage, he decided to quit from that society which was known to them all. He went back to his parental society when nobody knew about it. It was a small village in Uttar Pradesh. When the matter came up for trial, somebody went to serve the summons. The policeman came, he had tears in his eyes. He says, "Ma'am, they don't have anything. They can't offer me a cup of tea also. I'll need to go with the ticket." And as you know, that our rules would provide for the witness amount 5 rupees, 7 rupees, sometimes 2 rupees, and we had not changed at that stage. By a judicial order, he was asked to go and fetch her with the tickets. When she came, there was a restitutive justice given to them. Another, this is why starting with this is, when there is a crime, not only it has a deep impact on the person who is the sufferer, she is the direct victim. The family is an indirect victim. The family suffers much more. The society also is at pain. Many a times we all, merely reading, looking at it, are at pain. We do not know what to do. The second is when one visited in 1999 West Bengal. When we went to Kalimpong, we saw in the night, while staying in a circuit house, that a family was residing there and there was a noise coming of somebody shouting. And then soon thereafter followed a huge sob. And we were all up, did not know what to do. We went and knocked the door. She was locked, this lady. It was a guard and his family. And she was crying. She was beaten mercilessly. She barely was in a position to know, because possibly she was from a place where she did not know what were her rights. This was a routine for her, possibly. We then had, of course, spoken to a local police person and then had requested the judicial officer over there. Everything was taken care of. There were 3 children who were so petrified with these events. We saw it on that day. It might be a daily affair, maybe, and then maybe gradually the law will take its own course. Why I'm saying is that any time any crime is committed, it's so many lives are connected and they all suffer. Therefore, the first and foremost, I think in the judicial system, what is needed is for us to be sensitive about it. The things which we read every day and we hear about, we suddenly become insensitive towards. If there are cases reported in the newspaper about somebody's death, the suicidal death, we feel that this is something routine. We also try to justify our stand of not being emotional about it or not being sensitive about it because we feel that this is what the media is thriving on, the sensationalism. Never ever realizing that there are many lives which are always suffering in silence. And it requires our care, our attention. With that, would start. This is just to say that we have the woman who has been made with so many qualities, and yet today we are here who is suffering. They said 10 उपाध्याय की बराबरी में एक आचार्य है, 100 आचार्यों के बराबर एक पिता है और 1000 पिता से एक माता श्रेष्ठ है. Now this is what Vinoba Bhave in one of his lectures had said. And he said, what have we reduced the women to? Though this is what our culture says, our scriptures they endorse. This is the victims. When are they? What is the victim? The word victims come from the word victima. In Latin it is said that somebody who is, as in yagna, we give ahuti. So that ahuti is a victim. So therefore they say the victim is a word. There is a direct or indirect physical or mental cruelty, and it's an act of gender-based violence. It is physical, sexual, psychological harm, suffering to women, including the threats of violence. This is throughout the cycle, pre-birth, infancy, girlhood. We all are aware of it. I'll not much pose here. Adolescence, then the elderly, then crime related to the birth of a girl child. As we know that Article 21 guarantees personal liberty, which may include the liberty of conceiving a child and giving birth to it. At the same time, we are all well aware as to how many of those women are free to decide as to what gender or what child they want to bring here on this earth. I must here at this stage acknowledge Justice Shah's contribution while in Gujarat. This what he had said in the morning session of the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So he said, Beti Vadhao, Beti Padhao. And it was in a big way, even as a legal service authorities chairperson, he had been making or creating the awareness. Gujarat, unfortunately, though a very progressive state, does not have a good ratio, the gender ratio, and therefore there was a need for even legal service authorities to undertake that exercise. The female feticide is a selective elimination of the girl child, we all know, and there is a obsession with male sex is one of the reasons. The root cause of the female feticide lies within the cultural norms. We need to accept, and we must, that today when we have given the co-partnership right to the women from 2004, we must also recognize the fact that our scripture does not speak of all these to take place at the hands of the male child. The women are equally capable. Let me at this stage give example of somebody who had visited Janak's Darbar. As you know, the King Janak, who was known also as Videh, was quite popular about his having all knowledgeable people in his assembly. There came this young girl, Sulabha, and she came and everybody were shocked as to why she's not wearing the clothes. And they said, what is happening? Why are you here and what are you here for? And she said, I thought that I've come to the assembly of Gyanis. I did not know that I've come to the assemblies of Chamars. You're still looking at my body? You do not know I've seen what is inside, and that enlightened being within is known to me. This outer cloth is no cloth for me. This is the soul which is wrapping the body. This body I'm carrying, with much efforts. Why do I want to put on some more clothes? And so therefore, she said this. Now imagine the time. We also had possibly some times back the Doordarshan running this show of the Upanishad Ganga. And that Upanishad Ganga also had shown us the beautiful episodes of these women who were very, very powerful and who always taught us that this possibly has come in post-Mahabharat period or possibly in Mahabharat period. But Draupadi herself was a very powerful lady, and yet she had been reduced to this. But then in that post-Mahabharat period, we have seen what we are seeing today, the plight. My only point to digress was this, that if the obsession is for some performance of ceremonies, we must realize that the ceremony is basically for all elders, matters not as to who gives which child. The gender is something which is biological, which is natural. Ultimately, it is the bhav, it is what he or she does that matters. I think there the society comes preference for a male child. The right now has been given to the in compulsory properties. Constitutionality of prohibiting sex selection at preconception stage, we all are aware of. Object of PCP NDT Act, I'm not going into it because we are in a place where everyone knows about it. Some decision which is taken it as to what it says about the Dwarika Prasad's case. I'm sure that many of you are aware of this. This just to quickly run through this to say that. We'll come to human trafficking. One of the cases possibly in Kalahandi, which had shocked the nation, is of chopping of hands. And why? Because, as you know, the traditional agricultural society, we have about 62% dependence on the agricultural fields. And once the rains are not there, those persons, they come out. And that as a brick in, when some people had gone, those who were the owners of those places had insisted on their working when they refused, that in that outrage had chopped the hands of those people. And this is, to us, the human trafficking is these events. We do not even recognize the human trafficking of bonded laborers also. So many of them are also noticing. Article 23 tells us about this is completely prohibited. 370 talks of this about trafficking of the persons. And this is the entire definition of as to what happens is, are we aware that every day it is happening under our gaze, this is happening. Then the bonded labor, it's an oppressive form of forced labor due to the debt or other obligations. They are all been taken and the laborer forfeits certain basic rights of the freedom. This Orissa hand chopping case, as I said, you are aware, and this was something where no compensation can be given. I'd read about this, one of the persons, maybe, I do not know whether I've included in this. No. He was the one, his name has been given, and he is Dialu Nial. This boy whose hands had been chopped, he said, I'm so very happy that I'm alive today. But when I get up in the morning, I don't know what to do with my life. You saved my life. When we are talking about the impact on the victim, and imagine the impact of such young boy at home of his parents. The government and the police think that the bonded labor is when someone is tied up or locked inside a room or where their hands are chopped. They don't even acknowledge that workers are bonded when they have a right to be paid, not to be beaten or abused. The sex trafficking is a major, major aspect which we all are aware of. We had a case of 14 years of girl who was brought from Bangladesh, taken from West Bengal to Gujarat, and at many hands she was sold. And when she was brought, and when the matter came before Gujarat High Court, one had realized that she had lost every ounce of that wish to live. she had that tendency of committing suicide. It was after much counseling we could persuade her that at least she should live, because the life is not just this. The rape, as it says, destroys the entire psychology of a woman and pushes her into a deep emotional crisis. The offender robs the victim of the most valuable and priceless possession, and that is a dignity. You or I may think that the compensation, the counseling, giving of the legal aid, not that is not necessary. But at the same time, we must all realize that her self-esteem is gone, that trauma will always follow her every day. We are all fortunate that we don't have any such victim around us in the family as a friend. If you have, unfortunately, any of them, you would realize as to what is, their life. If you have seen somebody in a human trafficking or somebody having lost the mother and having been subjugated to some cruelty at the hands of the stepmother, the child continues that trauma of the whole life. And it is reflected in her relationship with her husband and also with her own child also. She has become someone, that something inside her is completely dead. In every society, women often suffer violence and humiliations. It is a commission of unlawful sexual intercourse and unlawful sexual intrusion. The very dignity is attacked in case of rape. Nothing is more outrageous than this dignity to be taken away. It's an ultimate violation of the self. The Supreme Court has said that this is something where you are depriving a person or you taking the person's soul out of the body. Why do they prefer to remain silent? Because they know that once they come, I would share here something which today morning I had shared with Anjali ji. I said that once when we had gone for this one of the gender justice conference, the speaker had told us, we were sitting in the benches at NJA. The speaker told us that you're sitting with your friends. We said yes. We have an exercise to perform. And she said, your personal experience of being in relationship or being in physical relationship, you're going to share with your friend in her ears. We were all shocked and aghast as to how could somebody say this is an exercise. She said, if you can't tell it to your own friend, imagine the plight of a lady about whose rape, about whose losing her, self-esteem we are talking today. To come before the court, go before first the police, narrate everything, then go to the lawyer, narrate everything, then to the prosecutors, then to the court, and then the scorching cross-examination. What do you expect of her? And then you say that here are and then we eventually, when try to evaluate her evidence, we would say here are the omissions, here are the contradictions. And who records her statement? Now, fortunately in POCSO, we've said video recording also, but otherwise who records? The police. And when the police records it, police records in whose words? Police's words, not in the words of the victim or a witness. The wordings which you read in the statement under section 161 is never of the witness. It's always of the police, unless it is recorded by a video recording. So therefore, when we are talking about this, we also must realize that we are asking somebody to undergo that trauma which she would never like to repeat in her life. This is because generally the whole girl responsible. Did you go out at night with him? Were you wearing this kind of clothes? Were you of a kind who was also inviting the others to commit this? Well, you deserved it. This is what we also, many a times, if we do not speak it aloud, we think in our mind. We all need to introspect and check that why victims, they do not come forward. In Full Singh versus Madhya Pradesh, the Supreme Court says no exceptional and special reasons were made out to impose the sentence of imprisonment for a term less than 7 years. You know that now with POCSO, this is gone. And in the amendment also of IPC, it is gone. They said what we used to have, and everybody would say, in fact, Nani Palkhiwala said, where is the justice? The Lord, forgetting the name, he said in his book that every time there comes time of sentencing, the judge would say that poor thing, he has 3 children, he has wife to look after, he has parents to look after, and these are all mitigating circumstances, and therefore let there be less than 10 years, and it goes below 7 years, 3 years sometimes. In this case, as all of you know, the Supreme Court had said that while granting the bail, don't write anything which lowers the dignity of a person, and also don't impose the conditions which are not warranted. To go and tell her to tie the rakhi to the person who has committed rape, and the other person to come and say, okay, give her the gift of 11,000 of check which hailed from Madhya Pradesh. The court says, stop this can't happen. So these are different. Then this is stereotyping the women, and therefore the court says that is not at all desired. In Patanjamal's case, the victim being physically disadvantaged, she was already a socially disadvantageous position, and she was exploited. Court says it would not be possible for the victim to approach the National Commission for Women and follow up the relief and rehabilitation. Therefore, she suffered a lot. So now there is a need for special rehabilitation scheme. Supreme Court's decisions time and again have been very, very progressive, and also they are all the lights at the end of the tunnel. Not that I would like to, in that case, not say some of the high courts also had wonderfully given those decisions, but here these are the decisions which the entire country needs to follow. Here is Ganeshan's case where the court observed that there can be a conviction on the sole testimony. We all are aware of it, but it says what quality? Then a sterling quality. Then State of MP versus Madan Lal. The sexual offense concept of compromise, especially in form of marriage between accused and prosecutor, is not desirable. Pushpanjali Sahu, the state of Orissa. This is not only an unlawful invasion on the right of privacy and sanctity, but also a serious blow to her honor. These are some of the decisions which we may not have to hear. The court says the girl is of an easy virtue and habituated to this, and therefore may not be a ground to absolve the accused from the charge of rape. The court says that even if she is a sex worker, she is entitled to say as to what she is wanting, whom she wants to have as a partner. Even if she has gone for a profession, you cannot say that because she is in that profession as a sex worker, anybody can come and then commit this offense. Ranjit Hazarika's case, we all are aware of it, where the court says must, while evaluating evidence, remain alive to the fact that in a case of rape, no self-respecting woman would come forward to make a humiliating statement. State of Punjab with Gurmeet Singh, they say it must be appreciated in the background of entire case, and this is again, as we know that, this was a decision which was quite path-breaking. The marital rape, we have known, both the honorable judges of Delhi High Court have the dissenting opinions, and therefore now the Supreme Court is very soon going to hear it, because they have also felt that this is one area which really needs to be taken care of. And on the 9th September it said it would hear it on 16th, pleas arising from Delhi High Court's split verdict on the issue of criminalization of marital rapes. So this is something which is also the Supreme Court felt that many of them are suffering in silence. The gang rape, again we are aware as to how it is done. Here I just would like to say the Delhi Domestic Women's Forum. As there are many judicial officers here, I would like to say please ask, and we also have the police officers. They can also ask themselves. I've been very often asking all police officers who are coming for depositions while one was in the city court, that whether they had been following the Delhi Domestic Women's Forum case. This was a case where 6 women coming from Bihar and going to Delhi for their work had been unfortunately raped while on train. And unfortunately that rape had come from the army jawans. Then nobody was there to take or record their of course, I mean, Lalita Kumari was not there, so the FIR was not being lodged. One of the persons, while was attempting to run away at a Delhi platform, then some persons from the public had got hold of him, and then they could take him to the police station and the FIR was lodged. Here, this is a beautiful judgment by the Supreme Court, and one thing it had said, I mean, many of the aspects the Supreme Court had said, but then one thing it had said was of having the list of the empaneled advocate in the police station itself. When the rape victim comes before the court, before the police station, lodging a complaint, we must have that list ready, because she is or she would be in a need of such help. Now, Supreme Court recently again has repeated that aspect and said that where do you have that empanel list? Do we have that or not? I've asked. Only one officer in all these years has said that yes, I have read this judgment of Delhi Domestic Women's Forum and I'm keeping that list ready in my police station. Otherwise, nobody so far has ever answered in affirmation, which is so surprising. Please ask all those sessions judges here, may ask those police officers who come to you and they will tell you. It also has spoken of as to what are the duties of the lawyers who go and give them this help. And they also say at that stage, friends, mind you, 357A was not there. And yet the Supreme Court says what kind of counseling needs to be given to her and what kind of compensation or the victim compensation schemes, the rules, etc. have come recently, but then that was already provided for. This is complaint are handled roughly and not given the enough attention. This is what Supreme Court says. Victim more often than not are humiliated. Victim have invariably found rape trial a traumatic experience. Giving evidence court has been negative. So all this, and then the court says, the complaint of sexual assault be provided with legal representation. Legal assistance will have to be provided at police station. Should be under a duty to inform the victim of a right to representation. I had an occasion to go to the police academy and also speak to all senior officers. Barely anyone was aware of this. So this was a time, of course, I'm not saying right now. This is about 10 years back I'm talking. Then the list of advocates, they shall be appointed by the court upon application of the police at the earliest convenience, and in all rape trial, anonymity of the victim must be maintained. Then there are 38(1), court says the criminal injuries compensation board, etc. Then comes the Nirbhaya's case. We all are aware, I don't need to say anything further. The worst case, the case which had maybe, awakened the entire country from its slumber as to what is happening on the road. So that was the case, and again, here the judgment which has been given, there are many aspects, Machasing and all have been once again reiterated. There was a time when we could notice that the Supreme Court was saying that the rarest of rare cases are not the only aspect that needs to be seen. What needs to be also seen is that whether there is a possibility of this person to be rehabilitated. He could be reformed. And if an accused can be reformed, let us not go for the gallows. Let us not send him for the capital punishment. But this brought once again this to us, saying that no, there are cases where one will need to go for it. India, China, America, 3 are the countries which go for the capital punishment. In fact, in European Union, if the country needs to join, they will have to essentially abolish the capital punishment. They feel that it is not to be recommended at all. But we would feel that it is, in the rarest of rare case, is a must and needs to be given. So therefore, just the Nirbhaya's case, then the gang rape is order of village court. I think in a material given by the academy, this case is already there. The Supreme Court had taken it suo motu because it felt that this cannot happen in an India which is a free democratic country, where somebody just because is wanting to have an affair and wanting to marry that person can be gang raped in a village, and she can be so much ill-treated. And at that stage, they had also reminded the country of Lata Singh's case. As all of you are aware, Lata Singh says that anybody who goes for a person of the choice, the police must protect that couple. that, as we all know, the Onards killing often happening somewhere in Haryana and other places. They said this is something we all need to bring, and the police is been told that you don't need to drive everyone to the High Court and the High Court passing an order and saying that now provide them with this. It is police's function essentially to see the law and order is there, and then even for that matter, if the FIR is recorded, they don't need to come to the High Court under 226. Even the sessions judges, they can provide it, because Lata Singh doesn't say that High Court will provide this. Anybody, whosoever is wanting to come, and if the witness protection, because that is essentially the sessions judge prerogative, even the judicial magistrate, if the matter has not been committed to the Court of Sessions. The cybercrime, Sister Judge Mousami Bhattacharya ji is going to deal with this, so I'm not going to now deal, but this is one very, very important topic. I'm sure that she's going to cover this and many more aspects, so I will not be, but then this is one harassment, and especially here the major issue the courts will face is about the jurisdiction part, because you will find that you do not know as to where a person is, where are those instruments, and where the victim would be. And one of those matters I'm dealing presently, and therefore I'll not like to reveal those things, but then this is very important. Some cases, we've just taken it for, then Ritu Kohli's case is also quite known as to unknown person using his name to chat over the internet, and 4 consecutive days, and she was put to such kind of harassment. Then we'll go straight to the dowry death, we are all aware of it. Then Satbir Singh, Haryana, 2021, trial court while interpreting 304B, must keep in mind the inclusion of this section, intends to curb the social level of the bride burning and dowry demand. I would just put here the rebuttable presumption 113A and 113B. This, if is closely looked at, in one it is said may, and in other it is said shall. So there, in dowry death, where the legislature is wanting us to be more focused, more stringent about it, and more, be caring about not to give a more leeway, has said shall presume. Whereas in the other it's a may presume, and there the rebuttal is permitted under the Evidence Act. The Kamlesh Periyar's case, this is known as acid act. Again, this is one area which is quite an area which is unthinkable as to how somebody can then face the lifetime physical, social, psychological and economic consequences. Injuries, they eat away the 2 layers, the skin, the flat muscles underneath, and sometimes not only eat enough bone, but it may also dissolve the bone. So the deepness of injury depends on the strength of the acid and duration of the contact. When thrown on a face, the acid rapidly eats into the eyes, ears, nose and eyelids. They can quickly destroy the eyes. The biggest immediate danger for victim is breathing failure. Inhalation of the acid vapors can create breathing problems. The burns of the acid attack heal, but they form the thick scars which pull the skin very tight and can cause disfigurement. The skulls, the foreheads, these are the different ear, eyes, nose, cheeks, the mouth, chin, neck, chest, shoulder, 3 to 12 months for the burn wounds to heal. But friends, even the lifetime goes, the scar does not heal, so far as that emotional healing is concerned. The psychological effect, the severe physical trauma and also the psychological trauma we are all aware of. If my dear sisters, the Babijis all are present, they would know that even while cooking, sometimes if there is a burn injury which we have received for many days, we would not be able to even carry out the normal functioning. Imagine somebody having suffered this. The social and economic effect, lifetime discrimination. The worst thing is that the person, be it an acid attack victim or a rape victim or victim of some other such crimes, or I've not even taken the war victims, and especially the rape at the time of the war. That's a completely a different subject which we may deal with some other time. But I would just say here that when we are talking about all these victims, and we are talking about the social and economic effects, they never take themselves as the victims. They don't see that this is an accident. It is such an accident, or it is incidental, that they're there as the victim. I think it is for the society to strengthen this monologue by telling them that you are a victim. If I have met with an accident under the Motor Vehicle Act, and if I am one of the victims, do I suffer the whole lifelong by telling myself that, oh, this has been done to me? No. I'm simply a victim. I'm somebody who is accidentally a victim, and therefore it has to go. The 2019 cannot be ruled out. In this case, victim has suffered an uncivilized and heartless crime committed. There is no room, leniency. Sir, I have 5 minutes more. 5 minutes? All right. Lakshmi's case, the amendment of Code of Criminal Procedure, section 357A was inserted for compensation. Lakshmi's case is the acid attack case, and all of you are aware of it. Therefore, this case, Supreme Court says there can be no compensation, and yet had granted 3 lakhs, and thereafter banned the sale of acid and declared acid as a poison. The domestic violence, this is one area we are all quite aware of. This is happening. This is the victim where it is out of the domestic relationship this happens. Many forms of that. The 2022, Prabha Tyagi and Kamlesh Devi, Supreme Court says, can enforce her right to reside the shared household. This is Batra and Batrite had started, and now this is once again been said. Then Satish Chandra Ahuja versus Neha Ahuja, and say it is an all-inclusive definition and confers the right of residence in favor of suffering women. This is a major area where every woman feels as to where would she go after if she's been driven out. So this is then sexual harassment at workplace. All of us are aware of Vishakha's case. I don't need to repeat one, but would recommend, since all of you are here, maybe the Academy would request Brother Justice Chandrasekhar to maybe film this Pauri Devi's film, which is known as Bavander. It's one film which had given us so much of awareness, you know, without even attending any of the gender justice the symposiums. Maybe that can be also shown at this. And on a widow's right, there's one beautiful movie which has recently come, is on, not I'm much of a movie goer, but this incidentally is a movie which one has seen, and that is The Last Color. They both can also throw light on the juvenile justice area, the transgender's right, as also of the widow's right. This from 2012, Supreme Court has given the right of the widow, especially at Banaras, and the movie has been based on that. So this is a sexual harassment at workplace. We all know, and we need to be aware of it as to what needs to be done. I'm sure that committees are already there in place in every district, and serious consequences since arises from this. So people, many a times, they don't come forward. We have very few complaints in the High Court and in the district courts, which we are dealing with very firm hands. So this is one area where we need to, and here the girl many a times is the sole bread earner of the family. When she loses her confidence, it becomes too much for the family also to bear. Then here again the reason for remaining silent, I'll not go into this. 2022 Supreme Court has given the guidelines to adhere to this sexual harassment and assault and say what needs to be done. 327, as all of you are aware. Otherwise our courts are open, but they say do go this, and what is the testifying experience, as I told you, and then ensure that the cross-examination will have to be covered in a very respectful fashion. In POCSO it has come, give that sheet to the court concerned and the court will ask. Then 2021, Mudrika Singh's case, say, this is sexual harassment is a part and parcel of the right to life of dignity. So this is what one needs to just look at. Then Vishaka, what it had said, we are aware of it. The legal changes brought after the case, these are all. I need to actually appreciate, because I've never have enough words to appreciate this decision of the Supreme Court of Vishaka, where imagine the Supreme Court, every word by word possibly in the act which has come afterwards, you know, what Supreme Court has said, that this is going to be the law which will follow till the Parliament actually makes a law on the sexual harassment of workplace. And so beautifully done. That judgment is something I think those of the judicial officers who might not have read would strongly recommend for reading it. Ratio, each one of you would be knowing. So this is compensation for offenses against women. Now, I'm sure that Legal Service Authority, victimology is one area which is a newer branch, and the Gaikwad's case is 2014, is one case where now the court had said from in 1988, Supreme Court had said that every time you do not, you award the compensation, you will need to give reasons. Now in 2014, in Ankush Gaikwad's case, Supreme Court said, if you do not give reasons and if you do not award the compensation, that's something where the actions can be initiated against the concerned judicial officer. It has gone that far. So in all criminal matters, now it has become necessary for us to give reason as to why we are not awarding the compensation. So therefore, that is, the victimology is still at a very nascent stage in our country, but we need to take care of that. And this is, I would like to say, too many women in too many countries speak the same language of silence. It is not our own country, but very many countries, it just happens. So therefore, I think I would, in the end, conclude this wise, that whenever the victim comes before the court, what is it that we are going to do as the judicial officers or as the police as to what is needed? Delhi Domestic Women's Forum's case, we need to remember, she would need the hand-holding right from the time she goes for lodging of FIR. Counseling is something which is a must for her. Then would come the approach from the court while conducting her matter. Then comes the compensation part. The victim compensation scheme takes care of it. Even the Supreme Court decision, Delhi Domestic Women's Forum, the victim compensation rules, the NALSA rules, and lastly 357A, they all take care of these aspects. So therefore, we need to bear in mind that these are all requirements, and for the society, it will need to provide the support, because these victims, they suffer in silence, and this trauma is something which is very, very difficult for them to overcome. So therefore, I think we all need to bear these aspects in the mind. In the end, I would say that Gandhi used to say, as I started with Gandhi, I would also say that Gandhi used to say that be the change you wish to see. It's a very, very famous word of Gandhi. So we are all wanting to see the change in the society. It will need to be brought. For bringing about all objectives of our preamble and the constitution, unless we strengthen this hand, the entire body can never be the best, or it cannot enjoy the holistic health. So therefore, we all will need to bring about that change within. And this will have to be with each one of us having a different mindset than what we have. We will need to look within as to whether we are still holding those prejudices. We are still not ready to support the persons who are the sufferers of the crimes. This, at the end, I would say, the Vinoba Bhave said, Atma Shakter Bhanat Tata Shashana Mukti. Let every victim be given this strength, this motto that you have the strength within and you can do it, you can heal yourself. Just be the friend. Can I end with one story? I'm sorry, I'm taking just 2 minutes more. And that says that when Hanumanji was was a child, he was very naughty. So therefore, a curse was received by him that though you've come for a mission, you're going to forget whatever are your strength. Then Ma Anjali went to the Rishi and said, how do you do this? You know that he has come for a purpose. He said, whenever that work will be assigned to him, he will remember, don't worry. Somebody will be there to remind. And then when he went, Ram gave him the task of conquering or the preparations for Raman. When he went, he suddenly saw this bigger samudra and he did not know how to do that. And at that stage, somebody came and reminded, he said, I can't do it. Then Jamvan came. Jamvan is a bear. And he came and said, you have that potency. You have this potential within you. And you can do it. And it suddenly gave him that light within that, yes, he can do this. We need to be the friends of all these persons. They have this healing capacity within. We need to be just the friends of theirs and remind them of their strength. Let us all, who in whatever capacity, we can do this. And I would say in the end that Academy has initiated this beautifully, because this is, we are sowing the seed. As they said, Akash to barsega, aaj nahi to kal, parso nahi to barso. Beech bona to chahiye, mitti se sneh hona to chahiye. Out of their love for mitti, out of their love for the soil of this country, which has given the wonderful women, this is an initiative. My gratitude to the Honorable Chief Justice and Justice Chandrasekhar and all brother and sister judges for allowing me to speak, and to His Lordship Justice Shah for presiding over this and allowing me this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord and my lady.
Thank you very much, Justice Gokani, for enlightening us on various aspects on crime against women and the impact on the society. Ours is the only country where woman is worshipped as a goddess. In every walks of life, there is a woman, either in the form of mother, sister, wife, daughter. Who gives you birth? Woman, mother. Who gives you education and sanskar? Mother. Who gives you love and affection? Sister and the daughter. Who gives you the support in your life? Your wife. And in every walks of life, there is a woman. And therefore, any effect on the dignity of a woman who plays a very vital and important role in our life, correct? It is crime against the society, not against individual only. With the cruelty or humanity, harassment, either physical or mental, no society can progress. There shall not be any peace. Thereafter, the crimes against have a very serious and direct impact on the society. Any scar on the woman's dignity would have a scar on the society at large. For a happy and healthy society, we have to create the happy and healthy environment in our own family. Everybody have to stop the exploitation and see to it that the dignity, we protect the dignity of the woman. We have seen that sister or the daughters giving up their right in the property. They are compelled, and I have seen that the sister, for the happiness of the brother or the family, gives a writing that, okay, I forgo my right in the property. But still, correct, the son or the brother, they don't feel that I should also give something, correct, which is legitimate right to my daughter, to my sister. This is another type of exploitation, which may be emotional exploitation. It would have a direct effect and impact on the society. There are various forms of the attacks on the dignity of the woman. That which would have a direct effect on the society. Therefore, there shall be an appropriate punishment and or penology so far as the offences against the woman is concerned, so that a message can go to the society at large that whoever plays or attacks the dignity of the woman, this should be dealt with iron hands. Today, we had a very good discussion on the crime against women impact on the society. I am thankful once again to the Honorable the Chief Justice and the organizer to select this one of the wonderful and important aspect and the subject. Let us all take oath and vote today that whenever we feel and or see any attempt on the dignity of the woman and or any harassment, we will stand by and with the woman and the victim. With this, I end the today's first session. Thank you very much for listening very peacefully and patiently. Patiently, I am saying, because so far the woman is concerned, in our society, God has given lots of patience. Husbands are also given the patience to listen, correct? So in every court, when the advocate is not listening, I am always telling in the courtroom to be on lighter side, that be a good husband, because you should have a good capacity of listening and patience to be a good husband. But still, that was on lighter side. But I have seen that so far as the ladies are concerned, women are concerned, God has given lots of patience. And because of that, our country, correct, there is a suffering, and suffering, correct. God bless strength, correct, and strength and courage to the women to withhold the pressure of the crime against the woman. Thank you very much, all of you.
I express my deep gratitude to my Lord for chairing this session and my Lady for highlighting various kinds of crimes faced by women against her and different sorts of crimes that she faces, alongside why women prefers to remain silent and the harsh, eye-opening realities alongside the various landmark judgments.
With this, we come to the end of the first technical session.
Before that, I must thank the anchors also, correct? Because they are also women, they are also, because of their good anchorship, we would not have been enjoyed, and patiently we have heard. God bless you, both of you.
Thank you. We will now proceed for lunch. I request my lordships, my ladyships, madams, and former judges to proceed towards Executive Dining Hall in Damodar Hostel for lunch. I request the volunteers to please assist. I request all secretaries, DGP, senior police officers, learned advocate general, learned advocate. Crime against women. A healthy mind does not speak ill of others. With this, I would like to introduce the topic of this session, that is the changing perspective of offenses against women, cyberbullying. To chair this session, we are honored with the gracious presence of my Lord, Honorable Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge, Supreme Court of India. My Lord completed his degree in law from Surendranath Law College and after his enrollment started practice in constitutional, civil and intellectual property matters in the High Court of Calcutta in the year 1985. My Lord worked in the original side as well as the appellate side of the High Court of Calcutta. My Lord was thereafter elevated as permanent judge of the High Court of Calcutta in January 2004 and also elevated as Chief Justice of High Court of Jharkhand on 11th August 2018. On 24th of May 2019, my Lord was elevated as a judge of the Honorable Supreme Court of India.
The speaker of this session is my lady, Honorable Miss Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Calcutta. Her ladyship did her schooling from Loreto House, Calcutta and BA with honours in English from Jadhav University prior to the completion of her bachelor's in law from the University of Calcutta in 1996. Her ladyship did her master's in 1999 from the University of Cambridge with Rotary Ambassadorial Scholarship. My lady was then elevated to the bench of High Court of Calcutta as an additional judge on 21st of September 2017. My lady was appointed as permanent judge of the Calcutta High Court on 16th of September 2019. With this, I now request her lady to please take over the session.
We spoke in the morning that the assault, the target of assault remains the same over centuries. But the nature of assault is changing. So cyberbullying is one of the latest in the list of offenses to which women are being subjected to in India and across the globe. This particular form of attack has certain special features, and one of them is it can be done from any point in the globe. Then the nature of attack is changing. Now, what should we do about these kind of attacks? Mostly we are all involved here for enforcement of law in some way or the other. So Justice Bhattacharya has been studying on this gender issues for a reasonably long time. I've known her. And let us have her perspective. I think too much talking from me would be another offense. Yes.
Thank you and good afternoon, Honorable Justice Bose. My very respected colleagues of the Jharkhand High Court, the director and others of the Judicial Academy, matchless hospitality as always from Jharkhand, perfect in every way, and I should also extend it to all the, I think I got the name Francesca and others who have made my stay, all our stays so comfortable in every way. So good afternoon everyone. The topic on the screen is changing perspectives of women against changing perspectives of offenses against women, with particular focus on cyberbullying. And if we can have the next slide, please, I will just give a brief structure of what I propose to speak on. The highlights briefly would be, what is cyberbullying? How women become more vulnerable to offenses in the cyberspace, as it were. Change in perspectives of offenses against women. how the shift has affected women. And when I say shift, it's the physical form of bullying to the transition to bullying in cyberspace. Then very briefly, the law in relation to cyber crimes in India, because really speaking, the law is still at a state of flux, in a state of flux, extremely fluid, nascent, and we hope it will see a more crystallized form of development someday very soon. How have the courts dealt with it? Have the courts come in and intervened in any meaningful and effective way? And lastly, if I get time, state measures. I propose to keep my talk short, that really is effective, I hope, and so that it makes time for the following two sessions, which are equally meaningful in relation to crimes against women. So can we have the next slide, please? What is cyberbullying? In a nutshell, it is primarily uses technology, that is electronic forms, and I would try to put it in the form of 3 A's: anonymity, accountability or lack of it, and agency or the total lack of agency. So can you imagine yourself in a classroom? And when I say imagine yourself, I would be meaning a girl student in a classroom full of boys, and the girl feeling her space, emotional, mental, physical, being constrained because of certain comments and behavior of her fellow counterparts, boys. And then you transport yourself from that very real physical environment to a space where you are literally blindfolded, that is, you don't know from which direction or from where the bullying is to come, what shape that bullying is to take, the source of that bullying, and whether you can at all take any measures to defend yourself, either by physical means or using your intelligence or taking the help of your environment or even the law enforcement agencies or the existing laws to defend yourself. So this exactly is what is cyberbullying, where, if I may use the term, where the cyber aggressor, that is the perpetrator of that bullying, knows exactly what he is doing, but you as the victim girl, the victim woman, does not have a clue. She is completely defenseless. I don't remember the name of the film, but I love Tabu as T-A-B-U, the actor, and I remember she had acted in one of the films, not a very well-known film, where the woman of the house, was suddenly in the throes of a spirit, a ghost, who did not have a form, shapeless, formless, completely silent, and she would just feel this strong gust of air, breeze, and then she would be raped. So being Tabu, of course, she raised the value of the film, nondescript film otherwise, but it raised a question as to the complete anonymity of the aggressor and the shape of the offense and how defenseless she was. I just remembered some of those shots while I was reading up on the topic. So that is cyberbullying. And so what is the effect of the cyberbullying? Can we have the next slide, please? As I said, women, how are women impacted? What is the bearing, what is the bearing of cyberbullying on women? And I came across an interesting international journal of cyber criminology, That's volume 8, issue 1, when I was trying to prepare a little bit for the talk. And I found it quite creatively laying down certain reasons for the victimization of women in the cyberspace. And I would just like to add a little bit here that the profuse thank yous to the Jharkhand Judicial Academy for thinking up on this topic, extremely relevant, topical, something which we should all mull about. But do we really think that women are the only victims? Probably not, but very important victims, as much as LGBTQ plus community now, sharing the same honors, if I may say so, that complete targets, soft targets for cyberbullying. And the International Journal of Cyber Criminology that lays down if you can just briefly follow the screen, it's, I just tried to put it on the slide to kind of make it interesting. So what are the psychological reasons for women to be targets, more than men or more than any other? Now we have other genders as well. So what are the psychological reasons? Loneliness, insecurity, lack of family support. If you go on to the next subdivision, sociological perspectives, it's nurturing practices, the kind of society we are in, the whole dubious question of family honor, then social harassment, the whole perspective of it, then the complete lack of awareness, and of course, as I said, the 3 A's, anonymity, accountability, and agency. The lack of agency, the powerlessness of the woman victim to really fight against this kind of bullying in the cyberspace. And I just wanted to, I've been thinking about this cyberspace for a while, and so this invitation was quite well timed. It is also about what you put out into the cyberspace, you completely lose control of. So when I put out my name, I'm not on social media except for WhatsApp, but if I were to put out my name, even my name, with the mistake of putting out my face or some picture, some social occasion, whatever, I can rest assured that from the very next moment onwards, provided I become an attractive, marketable commodity, I will lose all control of that information. So the very next moment, my face, the outer peripheries of the photograph, my coordinates, my past, what I do, what I propose to do in the future, everything will be morphed, identities lost. So the interesting question here is, and I would really love to hear Justice Bose on this, the interesting question is that, we now say it's not even Gen X anymore, it's Gen Y, and now it's going to become Gen Z. They are so concerned about their identities, what they are putting out in cyberspace, whether how they look, what they wear, what they eat, where they go for holidays, who their friends are, what kind of social interactions, what parties they go to. They're so concerned about identity. But the curious aspect of cyberspace is that the more you try to construct that identity, you lose that identity to others, and others take advantage of that identity and merge it with other identities, create an identity which you never had or which you never wanted to have. So that whole aspiration to a unique identity becomes someone else's. It's not yours anymore. And the other part of thinking is cyberspace. I hope the sound is fine. Yes, right. I'm thankful to Justice Bose. He points out a pithy phrase, third-party identity construction, which means that you are not that you are not the controller of creation of your own unique identity. Somebody else is really in control of it. The other thought which I had is the space, the concept of space. You know, any independent, free-thinking woman would be conscious about her space, not only in terms of obviously the physical aspect of it, but her intellectual space, her mental space, her space to think without any shackles. And cyberspace, it's actually would be what is called an oxymoron. Cyberspace gives you those, you know, suddenly these invisible shackles come in, and even in the confines of the safety of your home, you know that you are vulnerable to attacks from anywhere, any place, completely anonymous, and you are rendered almost and ultimately defenseless. So, can we have the next slide, please, and go over to the next topic? How has cyberbullying, the physical transition from the physical space of cyberbullying, from bullying to cyberbullying, how has this, this will be the slide, yes, sorry, I should have, in respect of my colleague, the slide before. So, what are the, this should be the slide. Yes, change in perspectives of women. So I will quickly come to the different forms of cyber bullying, cyber stalking, and I remember Justice Gokani in her very interesting and enlightening talk, she very kindly left this topic to me. Thank you for that. So what are the different forms? One is, of course, cyber stalking, where Renu Kohli's case, if the first case of cyber stalking, really. So that is, yes, cyber stalking is basically you think of the comparison that you're in a dark alley, somebody is following you, and you take out a bottle of pepper spray, turn around, and you attack your aggressor. And now transport yourself to the cyberspace where you know that you are being stalked because you are getting 40 phone calls a day, which was probably the unfortunate fate of Renu Kohli. But you are completely defenseless. You go to the police, police takes down your coordinates, takes down your particulars, but then what? You are absolutely defenseless. There's very little you can do about it. Next, cyber pornography. You know that we all know what pornography is, and we all are unfortunately extremely aware now that how photographs can be morphed, even children across the sexes, across the gender, morphed, used for trafficking, leading to trafficking in very physical terms, real terms, cyber defamation, where in a very seminal case, a managing director of a company, he received, I think, 30 emails from an anonymous source from the company accusing him of various things, true, untrue, that is not the point. But the managing director didn't know what was the identity of this person who was doing it. Morphing again, photographs, personal details which are completely changed beyond recognition, so that the person is defamed by the face remaining the same, but without clothes, in different kinds of sexual situations, in different kinds of company of people who the person probably doesn't even know. So the effects and the possibilities are limitless. So really, I mean, when we think of technology, we are in point 1, and we are familiar with technology at point 3. But technology by then has progressed to level 10. So being in level 1, familiar with level 3, we don't even know what the possibilities are at level 10. And by the time we get to level 3, technology would have advanced to level 23. So we really are, we have to tackle, we have to grapple with situations which our intellect or our knowledge or the information at our power will not equip us to deal with. Then email spoofing, the header remains the same, the sender's name remains the same, the content changes. So today, if I were to send a mail to Justice Gokani or Justice Rawat or Justice Mishra, I named only my women counterparts for obvious reasons, but I could name any of you. It would be from Moushumi. It would be to Justice Gokani. But the content in the subject field as well as the content would be something totally offensive, totally unfamiliar to Justice Gokani. And she would think that, oh, so, like Moushumi, this is not the Moushumi I knew. So what has happened to her? The other form, the sender's name changes, the subject field changes, the message, the subject, the message, the content becomes something extremely sensitive, something political, something sexual, something wholly inappropriate. But you have the target to who to send that message to. So this whole concept of space, cyberspace, is now being used. I don't want to make any absolutist statements because there are many who use technology for wonderful reasons, very socially progressive reasons, but there are instances, and unfortunately increasing in number by the day, where it is also used to settle scores. Personal reasons, reasons where you want to get at somebody. And more worrying is the trend when there is not even any personal reason. In the world of Twitter, I keep hearing from my friends who are very active on Twitter, or who are kind of bystanders in Twitter, that you don't even need a reason. You don't even need a personal objective to attack a person. You don't like a comment, you don't like a view, you don't like an opinion, and you have a reason to attack that person. So the person who's at the receiving end of that is kind of inundated, submerged with thousands of messages for a view shared on Twitter, for an opinion given, for a picture shared, for anything and everything, where the person suddenly sees an avalanche of messages coming and very, very personal attacks. I don't have to give you examples because all of you, I'm sure you know better than me what kind of very dangerous forms this can take. Then identity theft, it's all the same. It's all about a question of identity, that you are no longer the master of your fate, your identity, your own uniqueness. You are really, the moment you put out something in the dark, wide web, as it were, you know that it's not yours anymore. Then identity theft, of course, has very risky and real consequences in terms of economic offenses, your credit card, your bank details, your phone number, your mail ID. So everything can be used for absolutely unholy purposes. Then deep fake, now a very popular, infamous concept, where I think Shah Rukh Khan became a victim a while back, maybe last year sometime, where the face remains. The face was of Shah Rukh Khan, but he was shown, if I say romancing different women, also well-known women, I would be putting it mildly, but he was shown in all kinds of, unthinkable sexual situations with women, and mind you, well-known women, not necessarily celebrities. So they were politicians, some of them were seers, academics. So, but it was Shah Rukh Khan doing all those things to women. So that's deep fake, where part of your body remains the same. It can be your face or your body, but it's transposed with somebody else's, who's usually a celebrity, a well-known person. The very relevant here, the NCRB report of 2021. It's on your screen, so I don't want to dilate on it, but very, very kind of disturbing figures as well. That reports that 37%, I have it in more detail in my page, 37% of the youth worldwide reported being cyber victimized. So 37% is a huge, huge margin. 24% reported cyber bullying, being victims of that. Then in January 2022, there was an upswing of 900 cases specifically for cyberbullying. In the NCRB report of 2021, which is there on the screen, states and UTs reported 52,974 cases against cybercrime, showing an increase of 5.9% registration from 2020. And there was about 4,555 cases just for sextortion, which is not a happily worded combination, but it's any extortion related to a sexual vulnerability. Can we shift to the next slide, please? How has the shift affected women? When we say women, of course, we talk of women as vulnerable. I usually shy away from these associations where women are concerned as weak, vulnerable, lack of agency, etc. But the truth is something different, so it really doesn't matter what I want or what I feel. The truth in the larger proportion of things, in the macrocosmic picture is something different. Of course, emotional disruption, risk-seeking behaviors, which really is something which we should talk about, because even my friends who are not part of the majority at all, forms a very, very minuscule portion of the Indian populace. I have seen in them extreme disturbance by comments in Twitter, in Instagram, pictures which they have been bombarded with, other forms of social media. I have seen them becoming reckless, their conversation changing, their mindset changing, and extremely worrying, because if women, and I am happy to see my audience, or rather Justice Bose and myself, our audience as intelligent, thinking, free-thinking women and very supportive, educated men. But the risk-seeking, the risk-taking behavior is something which there can be no threshold beyond which it can't happen. So today I may feel that, I'm a strong woman and I'm not scared of these things, but tomorrow, if I am submerged and bombarded with messages calling out my identity, my work, my whatever, my past, my associations, I don't know how my behavior will change. I don't know whether I will also not become a risk-seeking person. Self-harm, suicidal behaviors. I was talking to Justice Bose, I think, sometime last year, in one of our conversations. I was telling him that it is just so heartrending that not women alone, mind you, but in metropolitan cities, the upswing in cases of suicides. And mind you, it is not about students who have not done well in some examination. It is not about a man who has been deserted or a woman who has been left alone by her partner. It is about men and women, ordinary men and women like us, who have ended their lives at some trigger which in your calmer, finer senses you will not even be able to appreciate. A trigger like, a rejection, a trigger like saying you're not looking good on a particular day, a bad hair day trigger, something as insignificant, as irrelevant to our existence as this, but complete self-harm and suicidal behaviors. Can we have the next slide, please? what is the law now? Justice Gokani dealt with it. I would just very briefly just tell you what it is. All of you know, I'm sure. So before the 2013 Criminal Amendment Act to the IPC, now we have, that is after, I meant post that amendment. So we have section 354A, which is sexual harassment, and that is apart from the 2013 Act. And a very relevant point raised that it cannot be usurped only by women who are working in workplaces as defined under the Act, but women under all circumstances who are rendering work, professional, non-professional, formal, informal, in all shades and hues. Then 354C of the IPC, which relates to voyeurism. You know what a voyeur is. Basically spying on other people's lives, something of interest, so person just unwelcome attention. The persons who are being spied on, they don't even know that they are being spied. Then 354D, stalking. Welcome changes, of course. 499, that was there, that was a criminal defamation. Then 503, criminal intimidation. 509, outraging the modesty of a woman. And then, of course, we come to the Information Technology Act 2000. I think I read somewhere, I think last week, that the Chief Justice of India sitting with, I think it was Justice Ravindra Bhatt, and they were, the bench was quite aghast that even after Justice Nariman struck down Section 66A of the Information Technology Act, that's the Shreya Singhal's judgment, even then I think thousands of cases are being registered in police stations. So I think the bench said that, you know, but the police must do something very quickly and tell them that the section has been struck down. But even if we discount Section 66A, we have Section 66E of the 2000 Act, which relates to violation of the privacy of an individual, the rights of privacy. Then Section 67, which is a prohibition on publication, transmission of private information. Then we have Section 67A, which also relates to a prohibition, a lock on publishing and transmission of information, private information. Then we have the 2012 Act of Indecent Representation of Women, Prohibition. It's a bill, I'm sorry, it's not an act as yet. But it has, I briefly went through it before, last night. It has some interesting provisions. I hope it comes into effect soon. And it deals with bullying. It deals with cyberbullying, and there is no law really now to specifically deal with the offense of cyberbullying. Then it also involves cyber stalking, cyber blackmailing, very modern forms of offenses. So that it's a kind of progressive and an encompassing statute in that way. And now we also have the community guidelines, very important. And I hope people really wake up to it, because I myself was not very aware of what these community guidelines are. And they are basically guidelines which are relevant to social media platforms, telling the participants what to do, what not to do. Now, most of you know that in Facebook, in Instagram, in other forms of social media, I'm not very aware, there are systems where you can keep information confined to a closed group. It can either be friends or the next level, whatever. So whatever you put in, you have the choice. You have the right to exercise that choice, whether you want that information to go beyond that firewall, or you want that information to be enjoyed or be consumed by only a few. So these community guidelines, apart from conduct, these are some things which I think we all should really kind of take note of. And with regard to, can we have the next slide, please? Yes. Have the courts intervened? Is there any role which we have seen the courts to assume? In the recent two cases in 2022, one is of Prakhar Sharma versus State of Madhya Pradesh, and Harish versus State of Kerala, both in 2022, involved cases of creating a fake Facebook account. So the complainant came to the court, that's in Madhya Pradesh and Kerala, saying that not only has my Facebook account been hacked, but my Facebook account has kind of, the information has now been made public, my face is not there anymore, my identity is there, or the other way around. So the harm is immense. And interestingly, apart from these two, there are Sazadur Rahman versus State of Assam of 2020, Shabnam Bansal versus State of 2019, then Jitendra Singh Rewal of 2018. All of these cases deal with creation of a fake Facebook account, except for State of West Bengal versus Animesh Bakshi, which is of 2018. That, of course, dealt with sharing of private photographs, extremely obscene in nature. I just read up the head note of that case. So those photographs were shared in the larger context, in a larger group. And so that case I found was the only case which was not a creation of a fake Facebook profile. Otherwise, most of these cases are for either fake Facebook or Instagram, some profile which is not yours or uses your name and image, but sends out information which is not sourced from you. And in this context, can we have the next slide, please? Yes, what are the state measures? So everything can't be dark, everything can't be depressing. Some light somewhere. So we have cyber police stations, we have cyber crime cells. All of you know that you can go there with your particular complaint and report. We have cyber forensic training laboratories now in various states, particularly in Bombay, Pune, Bangalore, even in Kolkata. I had an occasion to interact with them at one point of time last year. So cyber forensic, they even provide training, at least the Kolkata one does, as to how to deal with these kinds of, yes. And we have portals, we have nodal agencies, we have the National Commission of Women, which kind of deals with crimes of this nature. So that really brings me to the, can we have the next slide, please? I think that's the last slide. That's the last slide? Yes, great. So before I end, just two incidents which were personally extremely disturbing to me. One is, of course, the boys' locker room concept. I'm sure you've all you've all heard of that. So boys spelled B-O-I-S. So this was a group of South Delhi boys who exchanged between them, amongst them, nude or obscene pictures of young girls. And when one of the girls' mother got to know of the boys' locker room site, she went to the police. And then the boys' locker room boys threatened her that, very well, if you take any measure against us, we will leak these photographs to the net. So that case really hasn't found culmination, but very disturbing. Another disturbing case to me, the Bulli Bai, the Sulli deals, where Muslim women were given a number, they were given a price, and they were auctioned. They were proposed to be auctioned on the net. And mind you, the creator of that site, the Bulli Bai site, was an engineering, it was a techie, based I think in Bangalore or somewhere, and he was supported with his friends. So these women were, and only Muslim women, they were auctioned and put a price. There was a Kerala fish girls controversy where a girl who was studying in college, to meet her expenses, she used to sell fish in the evening to support her family, to support her own studies. So her photograph started being morphed, and her selling fish became a highly sexual excitable activity, and that did its rounds in the internet. There was also, Justice Bose, a Bengali bashing site where some of the comments were actually very funny. So completely obscene comments about Bengali. I found some of them to be very funny, but so what you find is particular communities, particular sects, particular groups are being targeted in the cyberspace, and last but not the least, women. So I just hope that we come to some sort of a consensus as to how to take the discussion forward, how to come to some sort of a point-wise agenda, way forward, to deal with these things in the future, so that, this conference, thank you again, Jharkhand Judicial Academy, this conference has a very real outcome where we can all do our own little homework and take our lives and work forward. Thank you very much.
A difficult one, but I was observing the audience, and I'd say Justice Bhattacharya has done her best to keep everyone alive and in attention. Should we have a very brief interaction or reaction? I wouldn't call it a reaction. Some kind of, I think the third row from here, some familiar faces, I guess, lawyers from Ranchi only. Any of you would like to comment? Either some suggestion or something? Just from, I have arbitrarily selected groups from whom to draw response. Next, I'll go on the left, persons in uniform. So you kindly start thinking who.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. You spoke very well on cyberbullying. And one thing I would like to say that technically we all are not very sound, even while using the smartphones. We have started using social applications, the social media apps, but we hardly know what's there in our phones. Even our phones can listen to our conversations. There is a microphone which is always listening to, and we allow those notifications with the microphone to listen to. So there are provisions in, we all have smartphones, either Android or Apple. So technical knowledge is not there. That's why this goes, and it causes like psychological effects also once they are misused and things go haywire. So that knowledge, I think, is important to impart once we are using these apps or phones.
Okay, we are running behind time. We'll just, anyone, madam, among you, the other group, what kind of precautions can one take, particularly in relation to phone? So, I'm asking the persons in the uniform left. Any of you?
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, sir, as ma'am has said, that anonymity is the main driving force for such kind of crimes.
We are right now looking at what is the precautionary measure can one take.
Precaution one has to take in the sense, like as ma'am has said, that you have
one
a privacy.
precaution is go back to cave and don't use
No,
the
sir,
phone.
actually in all these apps which you have, even in your phone, you get this privacy mode. Usually it's a default mode that you share everything. But if you'll go to the security part and then you choose your privacy mode, what kind of informations the concerned app or agency can take from you. So then, if you go for the private mode, then definitely you'll share less of your information.
After this session, I'll talk to you and find out how to do it.
And another part, I think, sir, is that we should not go for those apps which are provided free, because there is nothing free in this world. So either you are consumer or you are basically paying for it.
That's what. No free lunch. That was, I think, Milton Friedman's observation. Yes, so shall we close this session, and thank you for listening attentively in this post-lunch session. And I thank Justice Bhattacharya. She's done her best to keep us. I was listening to her and didn't know many of the things she said. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord, for chairing the session and encouraging the participation from our guests and participants. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to my ladyship for helping us initiate this conversation on the various forms of cyber crimes and its evolution, and with the help of various examples and statistics, and how the society in general and the justice delivery system is trying to catch up with its rapidly changing facets.
And just as a last thing, I've come here before at the invitation of Jharkhand Judicial Academy to speak on family law, and again this time, and the experience has been as wonderful as ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we should follow it up with small workshops
Thank you.
where we can draw the solutions. Thank you.
We are also delighted to announce that we are also honored with the presence of Ms. Mahua Manji, Honorable Member of Parliament. I request Mr. Sudhanshu Kumar Shashi, Director, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, to welcome Madam with a bouquet. With this,
With this, we come to the end of the second technical session. We will resume with the next technical session after a short break of 2 minutes. Participants are requested to please remain seated in the auditorium. Ms. Ankita Sharma to please escort ma'am to the dais. We would also like the privilege of my Lady Honorable Justice Mrs. Anubha Rawat Chaudhary, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, on the dais for the next session. I request Ms. Khushbu Tyagi to please escort my Ladyship to the dais.
Violence against women, in all its form, is a human right violation. It's not something that any culture, religion, or tradition propagates. On this note, we begin with our third technical session on the topic Crime Against Women, Judicial Approach. To chair this session, we have with us Honorable Mrs. Justice Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi. Her Ladyship, after obtaining her Master's in English and degree in Law from Patna University, joined the legal profession in Patna High Court in September 1986. My Lady also got training under her parents, named late Rapti Mohan Mishra and late Srimati Savitri Mishra, advocates, Patna High Court. My Lady then practiced and conducted cases independently in civil, criminal, and constitutional matters, including service matters, and also worked as impaneled lawyers for several institutions. My Lady also piloted the cause of women lawyers regarding implementation of state policy regarding inclusion of women lawyers as public prosecutors in all district courts. My Lady also functioned as Secretary, Rules Committee, Patna High Court in 1994 to 2004 and was also nominated as Member Complaint Committee by Honorable the Chief Justice, constituted under Vishaka Case Guidelines. Her Ladyship was appointed as Judicial Member of the Armed Forces Tribunal and joined as Principal Bench on 16th of September 2021.
To deliberate upon the topic of today, we feel honored to have with us my Ladyship, Honorable Justice Mrs. Anubha Rawat Chaudhary, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand. Her Ladyship has throughout her career, apart from working with corporate taxation and other matters, championed the cause of women's rights. Her Ladyship is a member of the Juvenile Justice Board, constituted by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Her Ladyship has done far-reaching works in this field by visiting observation homes, children homes, etc., even during the COVID-19 pandemic. Her Ladyship is also a member of the Committee of the High Court for implementation of provisions of the Prohibition of Sex Selection Act 1994 and the Preconception and the Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Prohibition of Sex Selection Rules 1996. With this, I request my Lady to begin with the third technical session.
Good afternoon to all. This post-left session, where everybody is feeling groggy, but I am in a state of stupor because I do not want to sound in such a way that I am giving a, sort of a sermon to the judicial officers here. Please accept whatever I say in good light. We are here to espouse the cause of women and as stakeholders of a very important mission, that is the alleviation of crime against women, we have to stand up shoulder to shoulder with other agencies and not independently. This is the first thought that I will generate and thank the Judicial Academy with for allowing me an avenue to voice my views on this subject. You see, much has been said about gender justice and crime against women. But when it comes to its implementation, the legislature does its part, legislates and hands it down to us. We stand apart as judges. We have our own inhibitions as to how far we must go and how far not, how far the legal ambit will permit us to take, and whether or not should we be guided by other emotions. I was reading one of the, in my research, and I was reading that a judge who adorns the seat does not come there as a virgin. I found this a very bizarre comparison, you know. But then when I thought about it, actually, they have had various experiences in life. Some prejudices creep in, some fears creep in. There are other aspects of thoughts which also creep into the psyche of the judge before he has been elevated or has joined the judiciary to impart and implement the laws and legal provisions which come in favor of victimized women. What are we to do then? Being the pivotal stakeholders in the justice delivery system, we must first be endowed with one word I can describe it, that's empathy. Now, what exactly is empathy? Empathy is a judicial approach in which you see from your heart, fit it in the ambit of legal provisions, and impart justice. When a harassed and victimized woman comes to you, will you treat her in the same way as you would treat your daughter if she had a problem? Would you treat her in the same way as if your sister who had gone into the household of another person was thrown out? There are things which we must treat with empathy. This is a key pivotal word which should be stuck somewhere in the back of your mind when you are imparting justice. You know, a woman who comes to court has two forms of sufferance. The first sufferance is what she goes through. The second sufferance is the repeated narrations of those very events which happened with her and which she suffered. Now, why do you make them ask and repeat the very occurrence so many times? If you are alert and alive to the situation and empathetic, you will not let her do that, because it is further torture. The answer is because you have a suspicious mind. No, we must not proceed with a suspicious mind when any victim comes to us. What we should do is, we should treat her statement with veracity, not test its veracity. This is one aspect which I would like to show and tell you all, because in the judicial system, you play a pivotal role. Please bear this in mind as you proceed to form your, execute your duties, which you have been fortunately bestowed with. You have a very big role to play in society. The society is dependent on you. People come to you with folded hands. You see, that they come saying, Huzur, they come saying, my Lord. Why? Why? What does it mean? It should mean something to us also. So you see, from this very word empathy, I have started my conversation with you. I will not say, sort of a thesis being presented in front of you. The second thing is that you must be aware of the law. Being sitting there on the bench, the judicial approach should be very cautious. You cannot stray beyond the words that are there in the law books, in the statutes, and law should be followed stricto sensu in every aspect. No other provision, you cannot be pardoned if you do not know the provisions of law. And the more you read the text, the better for you. Even as a High Court judge, one should always revert back to see what are the contents of the legislation, whether or not we can venture into it with the thoughts that we have in mind. Each word has its own meaning. I am saying this because when I was very young and had joined the profession, my mother was also a lawyer, and she taught me criminal law, how to read an FIR. I used to get quite frustrated, because as it is, we were English school background people, and reading an FIR and in that dirty language, that dirty handwriting was a very big task, which used to make me read it once, again and again and again, and each time I saw it, then she used to pinpoint, see, here is the lacuna. Then again I used to read it, another one she used to point out. And that is how I learned a little bit of criminal law from her. Unfortunately, she passed away very soon, so I couldn't get much of it. But the little that I got, and then that was not enough. She used to make me open the book. Padho ye section kya hai? Now you read that. Now you read this. It was very annoying at first. But in the long run, it paid. And even when I was drafting all my applications as a lawyer, I used to read and read over and over again. Similarly, while I was sitting on the bench and somebody would come and tell me, this is the provision, I used to thank him, because it made me open the book once again. And that little thought which we pause and wait and recollect and analyze once again helps in the performance of judicial duties. That should be the judicial approach which we all must imbibe within us and formulate our points according to that, because at the end of the day, if we do anything wrong, we are answerable to nobody else but ourselves, our conscience. And we have to live with our conscience. Because the society is dependent on us. And if we flaw, then, of course, there is nobody to pardon us. Nobody. You will live and die with that guilt feeling if you do not perform your duties properly. So the judicial approach vis-a-vis the women victims of crime have to be clearly enunciated in each word that you write on paper. Each word. Crime against women has been talked about so long, since so long. So many cases have come in. First came the Nirbhaya Kand, so much was said, amendments came about. But what has really happened? Don't you feel sorrowed that even after that, and the guilty were punished, what has happened? Again, Hathras has come back, and there are so many other cases are coming up. You see violence against women, the Khap Panchayats, what was happening? In one case I read, the Panchayats, they directed that there should be mass rape of the girl who had actually was pursuing some immoral act. Now, can this be the result of our civilized society? Don't let ourselves degenerate. We must go ahead one by one, stepwise, to see that the crime graph doesn't go up, it comes down. Crime graph has been growing on and on and on. Some reports, however, say that the crime graph with regard to rape of women, domestic violence has gone down because of the enunciations of several legislations. But no, it has not gone down. Many have remained unreported because of shame and fear, and because of, sadly, one more reason, that litigations will take so much time that people don't go to court. The people prefer to swallow their ignominy rather than go and repeat what is to be done, because unending adjournments at the trial stage frustrate the very cause of justice. You see, there is this provision, 309. Section 309. Section 309 is a provision which people seem to forget. Our judicial officers should read it at least once a week, so that when it comes to passing orders, they will ensure that it is done within the time frame fixed therein. The crime graph can go down only if the justice delivery system acts promptly and efficiently and in the appropriate manner. You see, there is 309, which calls for day-to-day trial. Are we actually indulging in day-to-day trials? That does not happen. And how can women keep coming to the court? Even as much as we want, how much of victim protection is being actually given to the women? All women who come to court have complained that they are unable to pursue the litigation, because when it happens that it has to be concluded within 2 months, it takes years. 4 or 5 days back, there was a lady from Patna High Court who rang me up to seek advice as to whether the courts could be approached, the High Court could be approached for sort of solving the problem of a poor marginalized woman whose daughter, who was an autistic child, had been raped in the school premises. 6 years, 7 years had lapsed, and the child's testimony could not have been made permanent because she could not speak. The charge sheet was not submitted within 7 years. Naturally, if the charge sheet is not submitted, how will the trial proceed? And on this very basis, all the 4 culprits who were school teachers of that very school where the woman was working and had left her daughter there, 11-year-old daughter, she had no remedy available whatsoever. Now what is to be done? No charge sheet, no trial, 7 years have passed, and the child has grown up now. The mother is desperately running from pillar to post, no relief. Who is responsible for it? There are 2 mechanisms who could have acted in her favor. Sadly, both have not risen to the occasion. And a hapless child whose very being was violated, she could not protest, suffered the ignominy of rape, mass rape, by 4 of the school teachers. And happily they are walking around scot-free. How then do we minimize the crime against women? Similar is the case with trafficking of women. You see, Bihar has this trans-border area, Nepal, Bangladesh, all this. Now in those border districts, there's rampant trafficking of women. And girls, NGOs, they go, they rescue the girls from the shackles of the traffickers. And what happens is, once they come back, somebody comes and stands and takes custody of the girl. Rescued, sent to court, and some person pretending to be the father or the brother comes and takes custody and re-traffics. So back she goes into the black hole of trafficking and prostitution. In such areas like Forbesganj and Araria, there are intergenerational trafficking and prostitution of women. The fathers, brothers, and husbands, they turn up as pimps. Now, it is for the justice delivery system to intervene at this stage and ensure that such women and girls who come to them after being rescued from the traffickers, they are not handed back to the traffickers. They must ensure, after making necessary inquiries, then only they should be released. The consequence, if they would have been sent to the shelter homes, then perhaps in the time gap, inquiries could have been made, necessary verifications could be made by the police. They are the law implementing officers. If they make the necessary and correct verifications, then this vicious circle will not continue. Therefore, at this stage, I would say, the approach should be of that of an alert and vigilant judge. You have to take the law enforcement agencies, the public prosecutors in your circle of contacts to ensure that you get the proper feedback from them and thereafter only you can pass orders. This should be your judicial approach. Necessary inquiry, verification will obviously help you a lot in writing out your orders. Another aspect I was thinking of is that the district legal services authorities, they should encourage paralegal training, especially and particularly in a state like Jharkhand, where the tribal population is quite large. In fact, a very minuscule of it is non-tribal. So, if this would be engineered in some manner by taking the more literate tribal groups into the legal service network, and they be trained first, who would go out into the villages and then train others and impart education about the crimes. Because tribals are such that they have been cornered in one side and they have no access to the legal mechanisms. They do not know how to approach the courts. Their only method is the thana, which mostly does not follow. FIRs are not registered, though being a punishable offense. All these things are there. So if the legal network is spread, the legal education is spread through the villages, then I think some reprieve could come to the tribal population. Young tribal women should be trained to impart legal education so that they can access justice and come to the courts for redressal of their grievances. Because in most of the tribal areas, crime against women remains unreported, unredressed, and sadly enough, most of them swallow their pride and ignominy and get into the what you would call the wheel of life or the whirlpool of life, I would say. really. So, these are some aspects which I have noted down for your and I think since Anupa also has some ready material for us, we must share it with you all. Thank you so much for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you, Judicial Academy, for calling me here. I have enjoyed the experience, though I have been up since 2 in the morning to make sure that I reach you. Thank you so much.
Namaskar to all of you and very good afternoon to all. Madam Dokani has left for us. Honorable Mr. Justice Apresh Kumar Singh, other my brother judges, my esteemed brother judges, Madam Mahua Manj, Madam Nidhi Bagga, other judicial officers of State of Jharkhand, the police officials who are supposed to be the target group for this conference, senior advocates and other advocates, other esteemed dignitaries who are present over here. At the outset, I must say that I'm extremely thankful for the opportunity which has been given to me by the Judicial Academy, by Honorable Chief Justice, by Honorable Judges, to address this gathering on such an issue which is very, very close to my heart. The esteemed speakers have already expressed their concern on the rise of the crime against women, which is certainly at an alarming stage. I would like to share some data on this. The National Crime Record data reveals that more than 4.28 lakh cases were registered in 2021 involving crime against women, which is an increase of about 15% in totality. It's really alarming, and while dealing with crime against women, it's important to have a breakup also. More than 30% constitute cruelty by husband and his relatives. About 20% to 21% constitute offense relating to outraging the modesty of a woman. 25% constitute kidnapping, abduction of women, or rape. We have peculiar crimes in the state of Jharkhand in this area: witchcraft, female feticide, female infanticide, trafficking. Recent incidents, which we all know, which was very much highlighted in the newspaper, are it's an alarm for the state of Jharkhand. Although those incidents, I don't want to discuss in detail, it's known to everybody who is present here. The fact remains that women face crime in every stage of her life solely on account of gender. The crime against women starts even prior to her birth. The list of crime against women is unending. An illustrative list has already been mentioned by Honorable Justice Dokani in her deliberation. In the light of the fact that crime against women constitute major share of the total crime, it assumes importance. Requirement of gender-sensitive and victim-centric approach has already been identified, and efforts are being made to improve upon it day by day. The courts in India, including Honorable Supreme Court, has always taken proactive steps in the matter of ensuring justice to women. Still, a large number of cases go unreported. A large number of cases by the Honorable Supreme Court have already been mentioned by Honorable Justice Dokani. That slides were really enlightening, so I will not be repeating on those cases. India has reformed its criminal law by introducing offences, revising criminal procedure, and evidentiary rules to deal with gender-based violence and to reduce secondary victimization of victims by criminal justice institutions and processes. Despite these positive efforts, much more is required to be done to address the severity, nature, and the extent of problem. There is a need to further improve access to justice for victims of gender-based violence and reduce the risk of their secondary victimization. Therefore, protection, rehabilitation, empowerment, and freedom from fear and freedom from deprivation are very crucial for victims of crime against women. These steps have been an integral part of judicial approach to crime against women. While the role of judiciary in criminal proceedings varies at different stages of our legal system, but all judges, I say all judges at all levels, have common responsibilities. These include applying and interpreting the domestic criminal legal framework, fact determination, protection of right of accused as well as victim, and upon conviction providing appropriate punishment. At each stage, the judicial approach has to be tested on the cornerstone of gender sensitivity to impact required justice. There is a need to increase sensitization of our entire judicial setup, translate it into changes in behavior and attitude, right from that of peon to the judicial officers to recognize and overcome structural discrimination and promote gender-sensitive approach towards women. United Nations Declaration on Elimination of Violence Against Women, it identifies various rights of women, which includes right to freedom and right not to be subjected to torture. Our Constitution has special provision for women so as to achieve for them equality before law and equal protection of law. It flows mainly from Article 14 and 21. However, the Honorable Supreme Court has been the torchbearer in the matter of identifying and enforcing women's rights in the line with constitutional goal. With the increase in the number of women in working place, it became important to offer some protection to them at workplace. The Honorable Supreme Court has taken a revolutionary approach in the famous case of Vishaka by providing guidelines and remedies relating to sexual harassment of women in workplace, which has been followed by a legislation. Definition of sexual harassment in workplace has been enlarged by subsequent judgment in the case of Gaurav Jain. The workplace is required to be made conducive for women to work with dignity under humane conditions, which essentially relates to her right to life. Depriving anybody of full opportunity of growth by itself is against the constitutional mandate. Gender sensitivity is the most important requirement to achieve a judicious approach at all levels in the matter of crime against women. Judiciary as a whole is required to be gender sensitive, which has been acknowledged by various judicial pronouncements. In the case of Gurmeet Singh, it has been observed that the trial court must be alive to its responsibility and be sensitive while dealing with the cases involving sexual molestation. In another case, it has been held that the issue of sexual harassment has a variety of fine connotations. Its evaluation may sometimes depend upon the sensitivity of the person concerned and also whether the perception of the harassed individual was known to the accused. In another case, in the case of Om Prakash, the cases involving sexual molestation and assault requires a different approach, a sensitive approach, and not an approach which a court may adopt in dealing with normal offenses under penal laws. In a recent case, in the case of Aparna Bhatt versus State of Madhya Pradesh, the Honorable Supreme Court has laid down directions regarding gender sensitization and training for judges and lawyers. Honorable Delhi High Court, I think it's a very important case for the subject today. In a suo motu proceedings, wherein some judgment was passed by the learned trial court, a suo motu proceedings was initiated, noted that in case of gender issues, a judge is supposed to be sensitive regarding key points. Though the women and girls comprise more than half of the population, they remain disadvantaged in many areas of life. Stereotype and assumption about women's life can unfairly impede them and may frequently undermine equality. Care must be taken to ensure that our experiences and aspirations as women or other women are not taken as representative of experience of all women. Different women may have different kind of experience altogether. Factors such as ethnicity, social class, disability status, and age affect women's experience and the types of disadvantages to which they may be subjected. Women may have very particular different participation in judicial system, for example, because of child. Women's experience as victim, witness, and offenders are in many aspects different from those of men. It has been observed that for this, judges have to learn the language of equality and impartiality, otherwise there will be no justice. In the matter of trying a case, it would be extremely important for a judge to keep in mind social realities of a place and the people involved in the matter. For example, a victim from a rural background or who is uneducated may not be able to depose as per the required standards. Therefore, in order to come to the truth, to see the ingredients of the offense, it would be extremely important that the judge makes the environment conducive in the courtroom and be sensitive and patient to the emotional and psychological aspects of the victim. Such steps and sensitization has been highly recommended in order to have a judicial approach in dispensation of justice with regard to crime against women. There has to be objective standards with subjective approach. An example of such case is a judgment passed by the Honorable Supreme Court in the case of Kant Shekhri, wherein the realities of the life has been taken into consideration in a beautiful manner. In the same case, the Honorable Court observed on the basis of materials on record that the victim was not intelligent as she had made 3 attempts to pass class 3 exam. Her mother was illiterate and held that with this background, to examine their evidence with microscopic approach would be an insult to justice-oriented judicial system, and it would be totally detached from realities of life. So in this gathering where I am addressing the judicial officers, I want to convey that the objectivity and the subjectivity of the approach towards the crime cannot have a standard procedure, cannot have a standard mindset. It may vary from the circumstances, from the background of the victim, to what extent she can communicate, to what extent she is educated. So these are the parameters which a judicial officer will have to keep in mind. There has to be a human right-based approach. There is a requirement to ensure that women be treated with dignity and respect during criminal justice process, while ensuring the right of the accused to have a fair trial. In a judgment passed by the Honorable Supreme Court in the case of Lakshmi, a famous case which has been referred to by Honorable Justice Dokani in the first half, wherein a provision for victim compensation, etc., has been done for the purposes of acid victim. And the Honorable Supreme Court has also taken care of the treatment. That rupees 10 lakhs of compensation was fixed, and in a subsequent case, it has been observed that even higher compensation can be given. We have been talking about the sex ratio. In the judgment passed as back as in the year 2016, the Honorable Supreme Court has taken judicial notice of one of the key factors of declining sex ratio of women. Female feticide has been identified and has been termed as a social disease. Such action extinguishes the dignity of life of a woman yet to be born, and it corrodes the human value. The Honorable Supreme Court has issued various guidelines for the state and other authorities, and the courts have been asked to deal with the complaint under fast track, and high courts have been asked to issue appropriate direction in this regard. It has also been directed that judicial officers who are to deal with these cases shall be periodically imparted training to develop a sensitivity. In spite of the fact that female feticide is so rampant in the society, we are all aware it is very, very rampant in the society, and a number of nursing homes thrive on this crime. Still, the reporting of criminal cases is very negligible in the state of Jharkhand. It must be at less than 50 cases in total. It is hardly being reported the officers who are been given the duty under the Act, they are also not very serious about it, and the reporting is very less. Actually, in such a case of female feticide, the entire family is involved. The mother has no option but to go for it. Most of the time she is being pressurized. At times she becomes a party to it also. But we have seen many, many instances in the society, and where, you see, after 2 girl child, you will have a male child after a gap of 10 years. These are indicators, and I have my personal knowledge and information from the society at large, that long gap between a male child and 2 girl child is a result of female feticide in most of the cases. I should not generalize it, but these are some of the indicators. We have nursing homes in Jharkhand where the birth of male and female would indicate that what is going on. At least there should be a comparable data in the birth of male and female child in a nursing home. But it is totally disproportionate in a number of nursing homes in Jharkhand and even in Ranchi. But those cases are not at all reported, and I do not know how to deal with this situation. Victim-centered, the approach should also be victim-centered. An essential feature of judicial practice is that the needs of the victim should be put at the core of any intervention, and they must empower women. They include criminal justice practices and prioritize the victim's physical and psychological safety, assist them in their engagement with the criminal justice process rather than holding them responsible for their often well-justified reluctance to cooperate in the criminal system. Victim blaming is another aspect of the matter which we need to avoid. Victims are rarely consulted in important decisions. Research shows that they are often left uninformed despite laws on policies guarantee that they will be kept up to date. They receive little information about what to expect from the criminal justice system, leaving them with unrealistic expectations that cannot be met. Some of the positive approaches of the judges should include that they should recognize the victim's trauma and speak to her in a way that will make her feel at ease. Judges should also provide measures to keep victims safe from the accused and his family during the court proceedings. The judges should examine the fact of the case, not the victim's personal life or characteristics. In the judgment passed by Honorable Supreme Court reported in 2019, it has been observed that the victim impact statement must be given due recognition so that an appropriate punishment is awarded to the convict. It has also been observed that there is a need for psycho-social support and counseling to a victim depending upon the nature of offense. The Honorable Supreme Court has even taken judicial notice of motor vehicle being used as an instrument of crime by using opaque glass panes which facilitate commission of offense, and appropriate directions have been issued. Honorable Supreme Court has been very sensitive in the matter of POSCO case, as numerous directions has been issued by the Honorable Supreme Court, the reference of which has been made by my predecessor speakers. It is also important to ensure offenders' accountability. It is important to make the offender accountable and maximize the victim's cooperation in the criminal justice process. One of the key issues is victim blaming, where a judicial officer thinks that in a crime for outraging the modesty of a woman, her dress or her timing to be at a particular place is the cause of the crime, or when a judicial officer thinks that the crime is caused against a lady due to her own conduct, instead of finding the cause at the end of the accused, the entire approach is lopsided and requires a total revamp. Procedural justice is equally important. It is important to see that the victim is further not victimized during the procedure of trial. However, it is equally important that she will have to follow the procedural mandates of deposition in order to have justice for herself. In this process, she needs enormous support, not only from the judges, but also from the concerned advocates and the court staff. So while talking about a judicial approach to crime against women, the involvement of advocates and court staff can never be overemphasized. A very important decision of the Honorable Supreme Court has been delivered in the matter of claim for maintenance. A large number of cases have remained pending for years, defeating the very object of grant of maintenance. There were diverged and inconsistent views with regard to entitlement, quantum, and execution. The famous judgment is that of Rajneesh versus Neha. The Honorable Supreme Court has considered the provision of the Constitution of India with regard to maintenance of wife, children, parents, and overlapping statutes like maintenance under Hindu Marriage Act, maintenance under 125 CRPC, and balance the right of both the parties. The Honorable Supreme Court has also considered the various categories. The best part of this judgment, which I feel, is that the formats of the affidavits in the form of enclosure to the judgments have been prescribed, which would help in objective determination of the capacity of parties, their standard of living, and quantum of maintenance. The judgment streamlines the law relating to maintenance, which most of the times relates to sustenance of women and children. It is expected that this judgment would enable expeditious disposal of cases relating to maintenance, which is directly linked to right to life and right to live with dignity. I will call upon all the judicial officers who are present here to go through this judgment, because this will help them in disposing a large number of maintenance cases which may be pending at their end. In the matter of appreciation of medical evidence, when there are no visible injuries in connection with sexual violence, some of the factors for consideration based on various judicial pronouncements of the Honorable Supreme Court include that there can be no straitjacket formula. Medical evidence of her injuries will corroborate her statement. While medical examination can sometimes confirm sexual violence, they can never exclude it. It is quite possible that the sexual abuse leaves no discernible physical trace on the victim. There are many reasons why definitive medical evidence is not forthcoming in most cases. Victim may not immediately report the incident. Consequently, medical examination may not reveal any injury. Some form of sexual offense do not result in any physical injury. Law has been adequately amended to ensure medical examination of the accused as well. But most of the time, accused is absconding, which delays collection of essential evidence, and at times the officers are also not taking enough care to examine the accused. There are several challenges relating to forensic evidence. First, there is a tendency of over-reliance on forensic evidence based on assumption that there is a single truth to be uncovered, and that empirical or scientific evidence is the most legitimate method of finding it. Second, the absence of forensic/medical evidence is often misinterpreted. There are numerous reasons that why there may be no medical or forensic evidence. Rape is not a medical condition. It is only a legal definition. The healthy practitioner cannot make any comment. The health practitioner, that is the doctors, cannot make any comment on whether any activity was consensual or otherwise. Medical reports should not conclude whether the rape has occurred, but rather describe the examination. Judges need to know how to interpret the forensic report. There are numerous recent judgments of our High Court also dealing with the manner of considering the forensic report and also post-mortem reports. Reading of those judgments would certainly impact the process of justice dispensation in Jharkhand. Care need be taken to ensure that the interpretation of forensic evidence is not influenced by myths and harmful gender stereotype. One of the most difficult tasks is to deal with the inconsistencies in the statement of the women victims of crime. The Honorable Supreme Court in the case of Shyam Singh versus State of Haryana has dealt with in detail in connection with the appreciation of evidence. I don't want to go into it, these judgments are available. One very important aspect is the role of judges in criminal justice in the matter of sentencing. Sentencing has to be very carefully done. We have seen judgments where adequate care are not being taken at the time of sentencing. Various aspects of the matter, even the victim has to be taken into consideration at the time of sentencing. Last but not the least, I would like to say that much depends on the attitude and orientation of the judges dealing with the case, and there can be no straight-jacket yardstick in the matter of criminal justice delivery. The reading material which has been circulated is a compilation prepared by our Judicial Academy, and I have had the privilege to go through it, and I request all the judicial officers, advocates and police officers present to have a look at it. And I'm sure that this compilation will give wings to your effort to do justice in accordance with law. A number of guidelines may come through judicial pronouncement, but at the same time, much depends upon the judicial conscience and judicial wisdom, which under all circumstances should be in line with the mandate of law given by the judicial pronouncements. Thank you so much. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Justice Sarnava. Thank you, Justice Sarnava, for your very elaborate and crucial information which you have given to the judicial officers of the Academy. And there are a few points which you have brought up on which I must say that we must ponder over it. All judicial officers should be alive to the suggestions given by my sister judge, as she has taken deep pains to analyze the problems which arise while dispensing justice, especially in crime-related cases against women. There is one more aspect of the matter which she pointed out and I had failed to bring about, perhaps because it was there in my mind somewhere back, but I could not say so because of paucity of time. But I would say and suggest that when we gather here together to speak about crime against women, and in most of the cases, there is some bodily harm done to the woman on which some lady medical officer has put her signature while examining the victim. They also should be kept in the loop while we sit together to analyze the crisis. The police is here, we are here, but the medical officers who give the reports which render judicial officers helpless at times are not here. They also should be kept in the loop, because many a times we have seen that reports render us rudderless. So with this suggestion, I would like to end our session, which is regard to judicial approach to be adopted by the officers. And over and above, I must thank my brothers who are sitting here with us, patiently hearing what nonsense or sense we have spoken, of which we will willingly take suggestions so that we don't make further mistakes. Thank you so much for hearing us out.
Thank you, my ladyships, for apprising us on the topic and giving us your valuable inputs, and also sharing your personal experience while dealing with crime against women. I also thank you, my lady, for highlighting different ways by which judicial officer can make a huge difference while dealing with such matters. We will take a short 2 minutes break before we start the next session. I request all the learned participants to please remain seated. I request Ms. Ankita Sharma and Mr. Amit Gupta to please assist.
Next technical session on the dais. Impact. To chair this topic, we have with us Ms. Mahua Maji, Honorable Member of Parliament. Madam is the first female member of Rajya Sabha from Jharkhand. She was the chairperson of the Jharkhand State Women Commission, and she was also the JMM candidate from Ranchi Assembly seat. Welcome, Madam, to our conference. To deliberate upon the topic, we have with us Ms. Nidhi Banga, Advocate, High Court of Delhi. The NB law firm is a brainchild of Madam, and Ma'am is also engaged as Senior Panel Counsel for conducting central government litigation before the High Court of Delhi. We now request Madam Chair to begin with the final technical session.
Crime against women. जुडिशियल एकेडमी द्वारा आयोजित आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में यहाँ उपस्थित सभी ऑनरेबल जजेस, ऑनरेबल लॉयर्स, हमारे सम्मानित पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, गेस्ट्स, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार, जोहार, और बाहर से आए सभी गेस्ट्स को हमारे धरती आबा बिरसा मुंडा की पवित्र भूमि में आप सबका मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। आज का जो टॉपिक मुझे दिया गया है वो है साइकोलॉजिकल और मेंटल वायलेंस ऑन वुमेन एट होम एंड एट वर्क प्लेस, इट्स सोसाइटल इम्पैक्ट। विमेन कमीशन में चेयरपर्सन के रूप में काम करते हुए और जेएमएम में विमेन विंग की सेंट्रल प्रेसिडेंट रहने के दौरान मैंने बहुत बारीकी से महिलाओं के प्रॉब्लम्स को देखा है, और उस आधार पे मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा दुख इस बात का होता है कि हम लोग हमेशा चाहते हैं कि लोग बर्दाश्त ना करें, वो कानून की मदद ले, और बहुत सारे एक्ट्स बने हैं हर तरह के क्राइम के लिए। बट जब जैसे अगर आप 498A के बारे में आप देखेंगे कि हम चाहते हैं कि घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार तमाम औरतें इसका सहारा ले, मदद ले, हम लोग उनको सजेस्ट भी करते हैं, लेकिन एक बार जब कोई घर की औरत थाना चली जाती है, पुलिस के पास जाती है, कोर्ट जाती है, तो उसके बाद उस घर में उस पर इतना ज़्यादा मेंटल टॉर्चर होता है कि बाद में वो ऐसा फील करती है कि मैं क्यों चली गई। ये बहुत गंभीरता से सोचने की बात है कि हम ऐसा क्या करें, क्योंकि अभी तक हमारी जो मानसिकता है उसमें हम देखते हैं कि अगर कोई बहू अपनी सास के खिलाफ, पति के खिलाफ या परिवार के लोगों के खिलाफ इवन एक फ़ोन तक कर देती है विमेन कमीशन में और वहाँ से नोटिस आता है उनके पास, उनके घर में, तो तुरंत उनका नज़रिया उसके प्रति बदल जाता है। जो सम्मान या जिसकी हम चाहत रखते हैं कि उसे मिले, वो ऊपर ऊपर तो करेंगे बट अंदर से उसकी इतनी घृणा और इस तरह की नफ़रत पैदा कर दी जाती है कि उस घर में वो मर मर के जीती है। और हमेशा वो कहती है कि मैम मैं क्यों आ गई, मैं तो ऐसे ही पहले ठीक थी, कम से कम इस तरह से लोग टॉर्चर तो नहीं करते थे, मेंटल टॉर्चर। तो सबसे पहला जो है कि कानून की मदद लेने की सिफारिश हम करते हैं, लेकिन कानून की मदद के बाद, उसके बाद जब उस पर केस हो जाता है, कई बार किसी न किसी बहाने से अगर उसको वो मायके चली जाती है या उस घर से बाहर चली जाती है, तो ये लोग हमेशा कोशिश करते हैं कि वापस वो उस घर में ना आए जब तक कि वो केस चलता रहे। और इस बीच उसे अपने मायके में भी अगर वो उसके भाई वगैरह अगर शादीशुदा हैं और वहाँ उनकी वाइफ है, तो उस घर में भी उसको बहुत टॉर्चर किया जाता है कि ये अपने ससुराल में नहीं रह पाई, यहाँ आ गई, क्यों आई। तो वो अपने ना मायके में उनको मेंटल पीस मिलता है, ना ससुराल में। सोसाइटी वाले भी उसी तरह से उसके साथ ट्रीट करने लगते हैं। किसी के यहाँ शादी ब्याह में या किसी भी फंक्शन में जाने से वो कतराने लगती है कि लोग क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि उसके साथ अलग तरह का बिहेव किया जाता है और पूरा दोष उस पर मढ़ा जाता है कि उसे वही एडजस्ट नहीं कर पाई होगी, उसी ने ऐसा किया होगा। और फिर बाद में जब कोर्ट में केस चला जाता है और वो कोर्ट का चक्कर लगाती है, उसे नौकरी भी बहुत मुश्किल से मिलती है कि वो अपना खर्च चलाए। कई बार बच्चों के स्कूल्स में प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है, तो फिर एक लंबा सिलसिला उसके मेंटल टॉर्चर का चलना शुरू हो जाता है। ये मैंने ढेर सारे केसेस में मैंने देखा है विमेन कमीशन में। और बाद के दिनों में मुझे ऐसा फील होता था खुद पे, मैं सोचती थी कि मैं इसको क्यों सजेस्ट की कि तुम कोर्ट जाओ, क्योंकि उसका लाइफ ऐसा हो जाता था कि फिर वो हमें लोगों को ब्लेम करने लगती थी। तो इस पर सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि हम कैसे सोसाइटी में इसको बदल सके ताकि वो औरत इससे बच सके। दूसरी बात, सेम आप देखेंगे कि रेप की जो घटनाएं होती हैं उसमें भी सेम प्रॉब्लम है, उसके साथ होता है। बार बार इस तरह की घटनाएं आती ही रहती हैं। एक और प्रॉब्लम हमारे सोसाइटी में जो मैंने विमेन कमीशन में देखा, एक्चुअली मैं इसलिए अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर रही हूँ क्योंकि इतने सारे सेशंस में आप लोगों ने सभी चीज़ें लगभग आपने सुनी ही होंगी सभी विद्वान वक्ताओं से। अभी मैडम अनुभा जी, आप लोगों ने भी बहुत कुछ कहा, इसलिए उसको रिपीट करने से अच्छा है कि मैं कुछ जो मैंने झेला है उससे मैं बताना चाहूँगी। तो मैं लिव इन रिलेशनशिप के मामले मेरे पास बहुत ज़्यादा आते थे। उसमें मैंने देखा कि उसका हेडलाइन होता था शादी का झांसा देकर यौन शोषण। वो चाहे 3 साल, 4 साल, 5 साल भी उनके साथ, अपने बॉयफ्रेंड के साथ, चूँकि रांची एक ऐसा इलाका है जहाँ पर यहाँ पर चूँकि माइंस वगैरह बहुत हैं, आसपास के इलाकों से लड़कियाँ शहर में आके पढ़ती हैं, तो उनके बॉयफ्रेंड्स होते हैं, अगर वो जॉब में हैं तो भी होते हैं, अगर वो पढ़ रही है तब भी होते हैं। तो कई बार वो लोग साथ रहते हैं, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप में रहते हैं। और एक महिला होने के नाते और हमारी जो संस्कृति है, तो वो ऐसा सोचने लगती है कि उसका जो पार्टनर है वो उससे शादी ज़रूर करेगा, ऐसा उसके मन में आ जाता है। और फिर बाद में जब शादी नहीं होती है तो फिर वो मानसिक रूप से बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हो जाती है और फिर उसके बॉयफ्रेंड भी उस पर टॉर्चर करते हैं। वो एक तरफ दबाव बनाया जाता है उस पर, उसके घर वाले भी टॉर्चर करते हैं कि उनके साथ इतने दिनों तक रही, सोसाइटी भी, फिर उसकी दूसरी शादी नहीं होती है, तो एक तरह से वो मानसिक बीमारी की शिकार हो जाती है। तो ये मेंटल टॉर्चर है, फिज़िकल तो नहीं है बट मेंटल टॉर्चर, इस तरह से भी वो बार बार इससे गुजरती है। और अभी मैडम ने भी कहा, डायन प्रथा यहाँ पर बहुत फेमस है और बदनाम है पूरा झारखंड इसके लिए, उसमें भी सेम है। मैंने देखा कि इतनी अधिक घटनाएं क्यों हो रही है। मैं जब विमेन कमीशन में थी तो मांडर, जो कि रांची शहर से 45 मिनट्स की दूरी पे है, और वहाँ पे एक रात 5 औरतों की हत्या हुई थी डायन के नाम पर, और उसी के गांव के लोगों ने उनकी हत्या की थी। और जब पुलिस वहाँ गई तो जब पूछा गया कि किसने की, तो सारे लोग कह रहे थे कि हमने की। वो खुद आ गए पुलिस के पास बताने के लिए, और उनका कहना था कि गांव में जिनकी भी डेथ होती है, जो बीमार पड़ते हैं, कुछ भी होता है, उसके लिए यही लोग जिम्मेदार हैं, यही लोग डायन है जिसकी वजह से सारी चीज़ें हो रही हैं। तो ये हमने बहुत उस पर सोचा कि बार बार ऐसा क्यों होता है। और चूँकि उसमें कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स थे जो इसमें शामिल थे, फिर मैंने देखा कि गांव में लोग अभी भी हॉस्पिटल्स में बहुत कम जाते हैं, डॉक्टर्स के पास बहुत कम जाते हैं, फैसिलिटी भी कम है, और ऐसे भी जाने के बजाय ये लोग ओझा गुनी से झाड़ फूँक करवाते हैं, ओझा गुनी भोगताइन से झाड़ फूँक कराते हैं। और जाहिर सी बात है कि बीमारी ठीक होती नहीं है उससे, मंत्र पढ़ने से। तो कोई किसी की डेथ हो जाती है, कोई ज़्यादा बीमार पड़ जाता है या कुछ होता है, तो उनको लगता है कि मैं कैसे अपने आप को सही साबित करूं। तो वो गांव की किसी एक महिला को चुन के वो उस पर आरोप लगा देते हैं कि हाँ ये डायन है, और पूरा गांव ये मानने लगता है कि वो डायन है। और यूनिसेफ की रिपोर्ट ये कहती है कि कुपोषण के कारण जो औरतें कुबड़ी हो जाती हैं, जिसके चमड़े काले पड़ जाते हैं, सिकुड़ जाते हैं, ऐसी औरतों को डायन करार देना बहुत आसान होता है। तो डायन जब गांव के लोग उसको समझने लगते हैं, उस समय वो जो मानसिक पीड़ा झेलती है वो अकल्पनीय है। उसको हर वक्त लोग शक की निगाह से देखने लगते हैं। शुरू में तो उस पर मारपीट बहुत बाद में होता है, लेकिन शुरू में जब लगता है कि हाँ डायन है, उसकी हर एक्टिविटी को शक की निगाह से देखते हैं लोग। और फिर चूँकि गांव में लोगों के पास टॉयलेट्स वगैरह कम ही होते हैं या नहीं भी होते हैं, और स्नान करने के लिए, लकड़ी चुनने के लिए ये लोग रात को भी निकलते हैं, अंधेरी रात में सुबह उठ के गए, तो लगता है कि वो लोग तंत्र विद्या साधने के लिए गए हैं, इस तरह से लोग सोचने लगते हैं। और ऐसे करके वो जो टॉर्चर है, मेंटल टॉर्चर, वो बहुत ही मार्मिक होता है। और बाद में तो उनको कई बार शारीरिक टॉर्चर भी होते हैं, उनको पीटा जाता है, उनके नेल्स उखाड़ दिए जाते हैं, बालों को नोच दिया जाता है, मैल पिलाया जाता है, और नंगा करके पूरे गांव में घुमाया जाता है। तो उससे जितना उनको शारीरिक कष्ट नहीं होता, उससे ज़्यादा मेंटल टॉर्चर, उसमें वो कष्ट ज़्यादा होता है। तो इस तरह के प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जिस पर सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि हम इससे बाहर कैसे आ सकें। दूसरा, ट्रैफिकिंग का जो प्रॉब्लम है, ट्रैफिकिंग की समस्या इसलिए है कि रोज़गार की कमी है, और मुंबई में, दिल्ली, कोलकाता में लोकल ट्रेन्स वगैरह ज़्यादा हैं, तो दूर दराज के लोग शहर में आके काम करके फिर अपने घर लौट जाते हैं। बट हमारे यहाँ चूँकि पठारी इलाका है, अनसेफ इलाके हैं जहाँ नक्सली प्रॉब्लम है, बसेस रात को नहीं चलती। अगर गुमला से भी किसी औरत को रांची आना है तो वो शाम को 6 बजे के बाद जाना पसंद नहीं करती, क्योंकि एक तो बसेस ठीक से नहीं चलते हैं, सुरक्षित नहीं है, तो शहर में रहना बहुत महंगा होता है, काम करना और फिर घर लौटना। तो ये लोग प्रेफर करते हैं कि किसी ऐसी जगह चले जाएं दूसरे स्टेट में, जहाँ पर जाके आराम से कुछ दिन कमा के फिर वापस आ सके। और पठारी इलाका है तो बारिश के दिनों में ही खेती होती है, बाकी दिनों में उनके पास रोज़गार के बहुत कम संसाधन हैं, तो वो लोग बाहर जाते हैं। और वहाँ पर जाने के बाद ये दलाल टाइप के लोग जो हैं वो कई बार नाबालिग लड़कियों को ले जाते हैं और उनको काम देने के नाम से तरह तरह से उनका टॉर्चर होता है। उसमें शारीरिक, मानसिक, आर्थिक हर तरह का टॉर्चर होता है। और जब वहाँ से रेस्क्यू करके उनको वापस लाया जाता है, उसके बाद उनका मेंटल टॉर्चर स्टार्ट होता है। यहाँ पर कई लोगों ने कहा कि स्कूल में जब इनको एडमिशन करा दिया जाता है, अगर बच्ची छोटी है, तो स्कूल में भी उनके जो फ्रेंड्स होते हैं वो उनको बहुत हिकारत की नज़र से देखते हैं कि पता नहीं ये कहाँ से आई है, क्या करके आई है। और कई बार तो उनकी शादी होने में भी प्रॉब्लम होता है, क्योंकि कुछ बीमारियाँ ऐसी हैं, शुरू में लोग नहीं ऐसा करते थे, बाद में एड्स वगैरह के बारे में डर उनके मन में पैदा हो गया कि शायद सोसाइटी में ये रोग फैल जाए, तो फिर मानसिक टॉर्चर उनका शुरू होता है। कई बार वो प्रेग्नेंट होकर आती है, तो फिर वो बच्चे का क्या होगा, उसको लेकर टॉर्चर। तो इनके पीछे महिलाएं बार बार मेंटल टॉर्चर से गुजरती हैं, चाहे वो डाइन प्रथा हो, चाहे ट्रैफिकिंग की समस्या हो, चाहे घरेलू हिंसा के मामले हों। और भी कई तरह के प्रॉब्लम्स मैंने देखे हैं। जैसे एक मामला आया था बरही, हजारीबाग में बरही एक जगह है, वहाँ पे एक राजपूत परिवार में एक लड़की की शादी हुई थी। तो गौना मतलब शादी के बाद वो मायके में ही थी। गौना के बाद शायद बहुत कम दिनों तक वो अपने हस्बैंड के साथ थी। इसी बीच उसके हस्बैंड को कैंसर हो गया। कैंसर होने के बाद फिर उसकी डेथ भी हो गई। तो वो लोग 3 भाई थे। तो उसके ससुर ने उदारता दिखाई और अपने एक दूसरे सेकंड उनका जो बेटा था उनसे उसकी शादी करा दी। और समाज से स्वीकृति नहीं ली, क्योंकि उस समाज में विधवा विवाह अभी भी नहीं किया जाता है। उसके बाद शादी के बाद पूरे समाज ने उनको बहिष्कृत कर दिया गांव से, उस परिवार को, और उस लेडी को किसी के साथ मिलना जुलना बंद, किसी के घर में, पड़ोसी के घर में अगर पूजा भी हो जाए तो वहाँ भी जाके वो प्रसाद ग्रहण नहीं कर सकती है, या वो लोग भी उनके यहाँ आना जाना बंद कर दिए। गांव में एक साल में एक बार उन लोगों का समाज का कोई बड़ा समारोह होता था, उसमें भी जाकर जब एक बार वो लोग बैठे खाना खाने के लिए जबरन, तो पूरे 500 लोगों के पके हुए भोजन को फेंक दिया गया, ये कह के कि वो अशुद्ध हो गया है, इन्होंने ऐसा काम कर दिया। तो मैं वहाँ जाकर फिर काफ़ी उस दिन हंगामा भी हुआ था, मैंने काफ़ी समझाया और सब कुछ किया। 2-3 बार जाने के बाद फाइनली उस परिवार को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया गया, उस लेडी को मान लिया गया, लेकिन बहुत उसके लिए, कम से कम उसकी एक बच्ची भी हो गई थी, तो उस लेडी ने आवाज़ उठाई, वो आई थी विमेन कमीशन, उसने कहा कि मैं तो झेल रही हूँ लेकिन ये बच्ची कैसे आगे बढ़ेगी, कैसे क्या होगा उसका। तो बच्ची के लिए फिर हम लोगों ने जाकर उसको बहुत मुश्किल से सारे लोग फिर उसको माने। तो अभी भी इस तरह से मानसिक टॉर्चर होता है। और उस लड़की ने कहा कि हमारे समाज में अगर कोई पुरुष, उनकी वाइफ का डेथ हो जाए तो तुरंत उनकी शादी हो जाती है, उसका परमिशन है, लेकिन एक लेडी नहीं शादी कर सकती, जबकि वो एक बच्ची लड़की थी, क्योंकि उसके हस्बैंड बहुत यंग एज में ही उनका डेथ हो गया था, उसके साथ वो ज़्यादा दिन रह भी नहीं थी। तो ऐसे प्रॉब्लम्स अभी भी हैं। एक और मामला मुझे याद आ रहा है, गुलगुलिया बस्ती, गुलगुलिया एक बंजारन टाइप के लोग हैं जो कि एक जगह नहीं रहते हैं, वो लोग अलग अलग बस्तियों में रहते हैं। वो एक यहाँ पर बिरमो एक जगह है, वहाँ पे गुलगुलिया बस्ती थी एक, और उस बस्ती में एक दिन शादी थी और उसमें एक व्यक्ति शराब के नशे में किसी के घर में घुस जाते हैं और वहाँ एक लेडी थी, शायद उसके साथ उसने कुछ छेड़खानी की थी। इसी बीच उसने हल्ला गुल्ला किया तो वो भाग गए और उनका एक कपड़ा वहाँ छूट गया था भागने के क्रम में। बाद में पता चला कि किसका कपड़ा है, उनको ढूंढ लिया गया। ढूंढने के बाद जिस लेडी के घर में वो घुसे थे, उसके पति ने सार्वजनिक रूप से पूरे समाज की अनुमति लेकर उस व्यक्ति की वाइफ को वो खींच के ले गए पास में एक झाड़ी में और उनके साथ उन्होंने रेप किया। इससे 2 महिलाओं के दिमाग में आप सोचिए क्या असर पड़ा होगा, जिसके पति ने ऐसा किया कि उसके सामने एक दूसरी औरत को सबके सामने ले जाके उनके साथ रेप किया और दूसरी की जिसके पति वहाँ गए। तो ये इस तरह की चीज़ें अभी भी हमारे समाज में हमारे आसपास है, जिसे बदलने की ज़रूरत है। इससे कहीं ना कहीं औरतें परेशान होती हैं, उनको बहुत कुछ झेलना पड़ता है। वर्क प्लेस में जो है सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट वगैरह या इस तरह विशाखा गाइडलाइन सब कुछ होने के बावजूद बहुत कम केसेस उसमें दर्ज होते हैं। मैं भी इस कमेटी में थी स्टेट बैंक वाले में बहुत पहले, तो मैंने देखा कि कोई केस दर्ज ही नहीं होता है, क्योंकि एक बार केस दर्ज हो जाए किसी के खिलाफ, अगर वो आवाज़ उठा दे तो बाद में उस ऑफिस में उनका काम करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है, क्योंकि सारे लोग फिर उनको शक की नज़र से देखने लगते हैं। कानून हम लोग बनाते हैं प्रोटेक्शन के लिए, लेकिन उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बहुत टफ है। इसके लिए हमें कुछ रास्ता निकालना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि कई केसेस आए यहाँ, बहुत प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान झारखंड के, वहाँ से भी बहुत सारी महिलाओं ने केस किया कि हाँ उन पर उनको टॉर्चर किया जाता है, मेंटली फिजिकली भी करने के लिए बार बार उनको परेशान किया जाता है। और जब वो विरोध करती है तो फिर न सिर्फ वो व्यक्ति जिसने ऐसा किया या करने की कोशिश की, बल्कि कई बार मैंने देखा कि पूरा कॉलेज या पूरा सारे स्टाफ, वहाँ के मैनेजमेंट, सारे लोग उस व्यक्ति के साथ हो जाते हैं, ना कि उस लेडी के साथ, क्योंकि एक तो उनके दिमाग में रहता है कि इससे उस प्रतिष्ठान की बदनामी होगी। पहला ख्याल आता है कि फिर कोई स्टूडेंट यहाँ नहीं आएगा, तो सारे लोग मिलके साबित करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि वो लेडी ही गलत है। पहली बार मैंने देखा रांची में एक स्कूल में एक लेडी नर्स ने इसके लिए आवाज़ उठाया, उसके डायरेक्टर या प्रिंसिपल उस पर टॉर्चर कर रहे थे बहुत दिनों से, तो उसमें पूरे स्कूल ने साथ दिया। ये पहली बार मैंने एक ही केस देखा जिसमें किसी लेडी ने आवाज़ उठाया और सबने उसका साथ दिया। और हर मामले में जितने केसेस आए, मैंने कहीं भी नहीं देखा कि उस लेडी के साथ कोई खड़ा हुआ। एक आध लोग बहुत मुश्किल से डरते डरते आके बोलते थे, हाँ मैम ये सच है, तो हाँ, तो हम जब बोलते थे कि तुम उसके लिए बोलोगी, उसका साथ दोगी, तो नहीं मैम मेरे नौकरी का सवाल है। तो सारे लोग डरते हैं, चाहे वो पुरुष हो या महिला। उसका साथ देने से सारे लोग डरते हैं, और वो अकेली बहुत कुछ नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि फिर लगता है कि नौकरी चली जाएगी फिर। और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि इस तरह की बदनामी जब हो जाती है तो दूसरे जहाँ पर भी वो चाहती है कि इसके बाद यहाँ छोड़ के रिज़ाइन करके कहीं और जाए, वहाँ के लोग भी उसको रखना नहीं चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि यहाँ आके पता नहीं वो किस पर एलिगेशन लगा दे, जबकि वो सच होता है, लेकिन उनको लगता है कि नहीं इसी की गलती है। तो इस तरह से मानसिक रूप से महिलाएं हर जगह अभी भी प्रताड़ित हो रही हैं, इस तरह के टॉर्चर उस पर होते रहते हैं। मैं ज़्यादा समय आज नहीं लेना चाहूँगी क्योंकि लास्ट सेशन है और लेट है, ये भी बोलेंगी। मैं 2-4 पॉइंट्स इसलिए लिख के लाई थी। हाँ, ट्रैफिकिंग, अच्छा, मेंटल टॉर्चर अभी भी घर में जो काम करती है, जो मेड सर्वेंट वगैरह होती है, इन पर अभी भी बहुत तरह से टॉर्चर्स होते हैं। क्योंकि हाल में आपने न्यूज़पेपर में देखा होगा एक सीमा पात्रा जी के बारे में, जो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की संयोजिका थी। वो एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में थी और बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की संयोजिका थी। उसने 8 साल तक एक बच्ची को, आदिवासी लड़की को, जो कि उसका नाम था सुमन खाखा, तो वो उस लड़की को उसने रखा और उस पर हर तरह का टॉर्चर किया। मानसिक टॉर्चर तो किया ही, उसको एक तरह से विकलांग टाइप का बना दिया उसने। कुपोषण की शिकार है वो, उसके दांत तोड़ देती थी कुछ भी कहने से, और उसके दांत सारे टूटे हुए थे, हमने देखा, हॉस्पिटलाइज थी वो। पूरे शरीर में कहीं भी ऐसी जगह नहीं थी जहाँ पर कि दाग नहीं थे। किचन में थोड़ा सा भी कुछ गड़बड़ करती थी तो गर्म चीज़ों से उसको पूरे शरीर में उसको मारती थी, उसको दाग दिया जाता था। तो इस तरह से 8 साल तक उसको अपने परिवार से दूर रख के उनका टॉर्चर वो करती रही। तो अभी भी हमारे, और जिस औरत ने किया उसके हस्बैंड IAS ऑफिसर थे, रिटायर्ड। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि इस लेवल पर भी इस तरह का टॉर्चर अभी भी होता है, फिजिकल और मेंटल दोनों। यहाँ से जो ईंटा भट्टा वगैरह में काम करने के लिए लोग जाते हैं, वहाँ भी कई बार उनके परिवार के लोग उनको लेके जाते हैं और फिर वहाँ उनका शोषण होता है हर तरह से। कई बार हमने देखा है कि कुछ पुरुष जो अपने घर में दूसरे, अपनी बेटी के साथ उनके संबंध होते हैं या भाभी के साथ संबंध होते हैं, और उनकी पत्नी इसके लिए आवाज़ उठाती है तो फिर उसको मेंटल टॉर्चर बहुत ज़्यादा कि निकाल देंगे, ये करेंगे, उसको भी वो बर्दाश्त करती है। पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में भी इस तरह के केसेस हैं जो मेरे पास आए थे। तो हमारे सोसाइटी में भी ऐसे बहुत सारे केसेस हैं कि जहाँ पर औरतें इसको झेलती हैं। बच्ची अपनी माँ से शिकायत करती है लेकिन उसकी माँ की हिम्मत नहीं होती है कि फिर वो अपने हस्बैंड को रोके इसके लिए। तो ऐसे केसेस भी अभी काफ़ी मैं देखती रही हूँ लगातार, और आज के समय में भी मेरे पास इस तरह के केसेस आते रहते हैं, मैं उनको मदद करती रहती हूँ। कई बार तो ऐसे भी पुरुष होते हैं जो अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ अपनी वाइफ को देखना पसंद करते हैं और उसके लिए भी उस पर टॉर्चर होता है, और वो उसके लिए राजी नहीं होती, लेकिन वो उनको ज़बरदस्ती राजी करने की कोशिश करते हैं और वो उसको झेलती है, सालों तक झेलती है। तो ऐसे बहुत तरह के केसेस यहाँ पे होते हैं। विकृत मानसिकता के लोग हैं जो सेक्सुअल टॉर्चर भी करते हैं और वीडियो बना लेते हैं। अच्छा, तो मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूँगी कि आप कुछ अपनी बात रखें।
Justice S. Chandrasekhar, Honorable Mrs. Justice Anjana Mishra ji, Honorable Mrs. Justice Anubha Rawat ji, Honorable Rajya Sabha Member Mahua Maji ji, Honorable Judges of Jharkhand and Calcutta, members of Judicial Academy, all police officers, print and media persons, magistrates and district judges, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my warm gratitude for being invited to join this august gathering and to be able to bring some light on the topic psychological and mental violence on women at home and at workplace. Since it is the last session and we are already delayed, so I would not take much time and I would not go through the whole speech that I have prepared or the slides I have prepared, but I would like to bring my perspective on this topic, which is exactly the psychological violence mental violence only. It is not any physical violence. It is not any acid attack we are talking about. It is not considered in the IPC provisions or anywhere. Rather, it is not properly defined in our statutes. So why I would like to bring up this topic is because if we are talking about empowerment of women, and women are, with the time that has passed by and with the development of laws and legislature, these days there are households which are educated. Women are quite empowered. They are working in white-collar jobs, and they are all well established. So we hardly find, this is the urban class of women I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I'm not concentrating on rural class of women, because already a lot has been talked about since morning, crime against women. So this is one violence which happens at workplace and even at homes, which is not a physical violence. Since everybody is educated, everybody is understand law, they are all aware of what are the stringent laws against them. But still, their taunts, they're still considering women as a different gender. That differentiation itself is a very big violence, and it is a mental violence. I would like to quote Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. Society teaches women to be selfless, sensitive, humanitarian, and play the role of a nurturer and a caregiver, while men are brought up to be strong, determined, and confident. We need a combination of these androgynous attributes in both to build an inclusive, equitable world. As time doesn't permit, I would not get into what is mental cruelty, that you all can read in section 13(1)(a), which is a gender-neutral law. Even a male can file a divorce under that section. But mental cruelty is defined with various pronouncements, and even in the cruelty word, mental cruelty also comes. Psychological abuse. So now, finally address this this issue, what is psychological abuse and what are its types. So for every person, psychological abuse can be different. One woman can take certain name calling on her, certain jokes on her very lightly, but the other may be very sensitive to it. So, but are these things reported? Is it not having an impact on a woman? Mostly it is happening at the workplace. And the provision is there in sexual harassment at workplace. If we talk about mental cruelty, then it is a continuing process. But what about even once she is not able to take it, like we saw that movie Thappad, wherein she was just slapped once and she couldn't take it. And she was right on her part. It shouldn't be the continuous offense of, so she just took the intention behind it, that she has been insulted. So that insult is very much, one has to concentrate on where is it coming from. Is it coming from taking women as a woman who is not competent enough to stand? However, she is working at par with men, going out, coming at the same time, doing the similar jobs outside. Still, she is expected to work in a similar fashion at home as being a housewife. So is it not a mental cruelty? Is it not a psychological abuse? So Indian women have faced various challenges throughout history, from battling through sati, dowry death, and so many other things which have been already discussed since morning. And though my slide had historical background as well, but I would not go into all that. So this is types of psychological abuses that a woman faces, which is accusation on her character or behavior. When a woman, especially women lawyers, when they come late at night, then they are being questioned or they are being put remarks. But when male lawyers are coming late at night, then hardly they are being. So what she goes through and what impacts does it have on her working, on her thought process, and women being the main, the spine of the home. So she takes care of the culture of the home, all the family members, discipline of the home. If she's being treated like that, wherein she cannot report because she has to continue with her marriage, she has to continue, and at workplace she has to continue with her work, job. So what, where would she go? How would, so though there is, in Domestic Violence Act, there is a provision of emotional abuse. However, we have often seen when the cases only and only talking about emotional abuse are being registered in the court, then they are not taken that seriously. Though magistrates have enough power to, but that is the sensitization which is required. I would skip all these slides because that has been already talked by Justice M.R. Shah. So Section 3 D talks about verbal and emotional abuse of Domestic Violence Act, which includes insults, ridicule, humiliation, name calling and insults or ridicule, especially with regard to not having a child or a male child. So these are the things which are already there. But these things need to be sensitized with the magistrates, that they should take it very seriously. Even if there is no physical abuse, there is no economic abuse, because women are earning at par with men these days. I believe mental health would be and can be a bigger epidemic than any other epidemic that we have faced, if this issue is not taken care of. Even Mental Health Act has a provision for this, but it is hardly used. So women need to be understood, they need to be nurtured, their hormonal changes, their stress, their frustrations need to be taken care of, and they should be, it's not that a woman is coming from the office and she should be given some time as just like a male person at home. She shouldn't be expected to be a normal housewife. There are various statutes that have been discussed since morning. All these are there. The effect of psychological abuse on a woman is comparable to that of physical abuse. The effects can be devastating and can lead to depression and suicidal thoughts. What makes the issue worse is that it often goes unreported. Women suffer psychological abuse by men almost daily and go through physical, sexual, and verbal abuse even though they are married. Women endure mental torture and harsh words for decades with little to no help from the police department or their respective husbands. So these are the IPC provisions: 498A, 294, 304B, rather 354 C and D, voyeurism and stalking also has a lot of emotional impact on a woman. Then 509 is also there. There have been a lot of amendments as the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013. Again, that has been discussed widely. So after this, I would like to go on the suggestions. As in the morning, Justice Bose categorically said that there need to be a lot of workshops regarding this, and there should be some suggestions coming from everywhere so that we actually come to some solution based workshops. So according to me, I thought of few suggestions, and some can come from other judicial members and even the police officers. So like if we are talking about sexual harassment at workplace, then when she files a complaint in ICC, first of all, ICC should not be just a formality, like it is in general cases when there are 10 employees or more than 10 employees in a company. It is a mandate though, but it is just a formality. It is not taken that seriously. There are no sessions actually happening in all the organizations. There are no flyers. The workplaces. It might be a conducive environment at the workplace, but it is not as per the provisions given in the ICC. So ICC should be followed very strictly. Then if she is filing a complaint in ICC, then her job should be secured. Though there is a provision of job change for the person accused who has like done anything to that woman, so there is a or a transfer or a job change or something, those provisions are there. But her job security, it should come in the statute, and there should be like, at least she should be, she's secure till her ICC complaint is pending, but her job security should be there after like 6 months or a year thereafter should be there. Then Mental Health Act 2017, Mental Health Care Act should be sensitized, and all the women sufferers should take up their cases to this act. Then DV complaints of mental harassment equal to that we have already discussed. There should be counselors at police level when a woman maybe dials 100 number or she files any complaint where there is no physical abuse which doesn't come under the IPC, or she is just talking about he is calling me names, or even 354 ke kisi provision maybe if it is not coming, then there should be some counselors understanding that women's pain, and those things should be addressed. National Commission of Women has a very big role to play. Human Rights Commission has a very big role to play. They should come in contact, though there are a lot of NGOs, but these allegations, these issues are not taken very seriously. So my only urge is that even these things should be taken seriously, because otherwise the way our society is advancing, the criminal provisions and the criminal acts are being punished, and the victims are being compensated also, but mentally harassed women and psychologically abused women are hardly taken care of in any manner. Then even in deciding the cases, there could be a clinical psychiatrist or a psychologist who could be a member with the judicial member, and this way their approach towards those cases can be different. So with this, I would quickly end the session by only saying one thing, that though Article 44 Indian Constitution, we talk about uniform civil code, but that is not a very, in reality it is very difficult in our country, like diversified country. So gender equality should not be the focus rather than appreciating and acknowledgement of the strengths of
Shedding light on this quite ignored topic of psychological and mental violence on women at a workplace and a home with the help of experiences of local women of Jharkhand and legal and non-legal suggestions.
Thank you so much. जुडिशियल एकेडमी के प्रति आभार, आप लोगों ने मुझे आमंत्रित किया। मैं सॉरी भी कहना चाहूँगी कि मैं इनॉग्रल सेशन में नहीं आ पाई। एक्चुअली आज सीएम के साथ हमारा कुछ पॉलिटिकल हम लोगों का बड़ा प्रोग्राम था, इसलिए आप सबसे एक बार फिर से माफ़ी चाहती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much everyone for giving a patient hearing, though I tried to keep it very crisp and short.
With this, we come to the end of the conference on crime against women. I am sure that the various technical sessions lined up today must have touched deep chords of our hearts. Before we part our ways, I would like to thank Honorable Justice Ms. Indra Banerjee, Judge Supreme Court of India in absentia, our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Mr. Mukesh Kumar Rasik Bhai Shah, Judge Supreme Court of India, our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Anirudh Bose, Judge Supreme Court of India, our distinguished guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Ravi Ranjan, the Chief Justice, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Patron-in-Chief, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, our special guest, Honorable Ms. Justice Sonia Ji Gokani, Judge, High Court of Gujarat, Honorable Ms. Justice Mosmi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court of Calcutta, and Honorable Justice Ms. Anjana Mishra, Judicial Member, Armed Forces Tribunal, New Delhi, and Honorable Mr. Justice Aparesh Kumar Singh, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Executive Chairperson, Jhalsa, and Honorable Justice Mr. Sujit Narayan Prasad, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Chairman, Executive Committee, Judicial Academy, Jharkhand, for gracing this occasion by their presence. I further extend heartfelt gratitude to all Honorable Judges, High Court of Jharkhand, Ms. Mahua Manji, Honorable Member of Parliament, our exceptional speakers, esteemed guests, Honorable Madams, and learned participants for attending this conference. Judicial Academy Jharkhand would also like to extend gratitude to Honorable Justice Mr. Sri Chandrasekhar, Judge, High Court of Jharkhand, cum Judge in Charge, Judicial Academy Jharkhand, for his conscientious attitude and constant guidance and making this conference a reality. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude and regards to our Director, Sir, additional directors, for his constant support and guidance towards designing this conference. I would also like to appreciate all the participants for being a patient listener. I would like to extend my special thanks to Ms. Dhriti Dharia for anchoring with me, and also to all judicial officers who volunteered and extended support to Judicial Academy Jharkhand. An event of this dimension obviously cannot happen overnight. We are also fortunate to have been backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated section officers, research scholars, staff members, our housekeeping staff for working tirelessly day and night. Thank you so much. I request all to kindly proceed for tea. Tea for lordships is arranged as the cafeteria. Madam Mahua Manji and Ms. Nidhi Banga ma'am may please also proceed to the cafeteria for the tea. I also request our ladyships and honorable madams to please proceed to executive hall for tea, cafeteria for the tea. And to rest of the participants, I request to please proceed for tea on the right-hand side. Thank you so much.